Good morning and welcome, everyone. This is day 2 of the matter of application of NextEra Energy Transmission Southwest, LLC for a siting permit for the construction of a 345 kV transmission line through Coffey, Anderson, Allen, Bourbon, and Crawford counties, Kansas. That's 23 NETE 585 STG. This morning, we will be going to approximately 12:45. I hope we all use our time wisely, and I see that everybody is here. We're going to pick up on our next witness, and that witness is Dan Myers. Are you here, Myers?
Excuse me, Chair Duffy. We have just 1 or 2 preliminary matters.
Oh, okay.
We'll go through this very quickly. Thank you.
Sure.
Speaking of witnesses, for scheduling purposes, is it possible to switch Mr. Myers with Dr. Olson? We have a scheduling issue with Dr. Olson. Would like him to go next?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Second, when we adjourned yesterday, we realized that Commissioner Keene's questions regarding oil and gas leases had not been fully answered. We are prepared to recall Sarah Powers if he would like to ask for those questions.
So noted. Thank you.
Just let us know and we can certainly do that. Apart from this.
Pardon me, Chair Duffy, if I might interject. Ms. Kalmbach, I would be prepared to do whatever is your pleasure. If you believe that Mr. Myers is capable of answering those questions, that would preclude recalling Ms. Blakely. Your choice.
I believe that Mr. Myers can answer those questions.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Pardon the interruption, Chair Duffy. Yes, okay.
No, that's fine. I'm glad we got that all worked out. Good.
Thank you. So for our witnesses that have already testified, including Ms. Powers, may they be excused from the remainder of the hearing?
Yes, they may.
Thank you. And one final question. Is there an update regarding when transcripts might be available?
I'm sorry, I do not have that information. We'll try and get that for you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. And those are all of the preliminary matters that we had.
Okay. And anyone else while we're on preliminary matters? Anybody else? Any other party?
Yes, this is Rustin Kimmel. I have 2 questions.
Mr. Kimmel.
2 issues. The first is in regard to the change in witness list, schedule. That's fine. I request the commission give us 5 minutes before we call that witness, if that's the case. The second is that yesterday the commission, you as a chair, asked me to submit stipulations for consideration to the parties. You did not take up that issue later. So how are we going to address it?
Sure. I did not know if the parties had met.
Okay. You had suggested that we were going to be placed in a breakout room at another break, and that never happened. So
My apologies.
how are we going to take that up?
So we still need to have a breakout room for everyone? No, or oh, wait, it's my understanding that the parties did not agree to the stipulations.
Which party would that be?
NextEra did not agree to the stipulations.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Say that again.
NextEra did not agree to the stipulations. The email went out at 3:17 p.m. yesterday.
I did not see that, Commissioner Duffy.
Okay, any other preliminary issues? We'll pause for a couple of minutes before we call the next witness, Dr. Chris Olson. All right, we're just standing by.
Mr. Olson, are you having trouble with your sound?
Michelle, we're on a 2-minute standby.
Okay.
Okay, and then we will resume, okay? Because we're switching witnesses.
Okay.
Thank you. Michelle, you can take down the screen. We will begin the hearing. Okay, everyone. So Dr. Chris Olson from NextEra, are you with us? There you are. I see you on the screen. Okay.
Madam Chair.
If you would raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Kallenbach.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Olson.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name and business address for the record, please?
It's Dr. Christopher Olson. My business address is 49 Valridge Drive in Ancaster, Ontario, Canada.
And by whom are you employed and what is your title?
I am a sole proprietor, so I have my own company and it's just myself. And my title is Senior Environmental Health Scientist, and the company is Olson Environmental Health Management.
Thank you. Are you the same Christopher Olson who filed testimony in response to public comment and rebuttal to public comment on March 28th and April 7th of this year, respectively?
I am.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to your testimony at this time?
I do not.
And are you aware that NextEra pre-circulated your CV as NextEra Hearing Exhibit number 3?
I am.
And is that CV a truthful and accurate account of your education and experience?
It is.
Chair Duffy, I would move to enter NETE Southwest Hearing Exhibit 3 into the record, please.
Do I hear any objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered.
Thank you. Dr. Olson, other than the addition, I already asked if you had any corrections. I believe that's it. Thank you. Chair Duffy, I move the commission to enter Dr. Olson's pre-filed testimony into the record, and I would tender the witness for cross.
Okay. Seeing or hearing no objections, his testimony and appearance are entered into the record. And we will begin with Commissioner Keene this morning. Good morning, Commissioner Keene.
Good morning, Chair Duffy. I have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner French.
I also have no questions. Thank you.
All right. Next, we will go to Mr. Kimmel.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Olson, I would, I don't think we've ever met. My name is Rustin Kimmel. I represent the McGee's in this matter. I just have a couple of questions for you. In regard to your response testimony that you filed or submitted, I'd refer you to page 4 of that testimony.
Yeah, I'm there.
Line 7. Are you there?
I am. So sorry, I missed the line number.
Line 17.
Yes.
At the end of that line, it says no studies have shown a causal effect that relates EMF from transmission lines to health effects in humans or animals. Did I accurately state that?
You did.
When you talk about causal effects, are you distinguishing the causal effect from a correlation between health effects and EMF exposure?
Yeah, I think it's important there's a couple of terms that may be useful. One is association and the other is causal. And what association means is that there's some weak or limited evidence that exposure to a certain element or chemical, or in this case, EMF, may have an association in some studies with a potential health outcome. What causal effect means is that it's actually a documented that, we can look at animal studies, we can look at cellular studies, and we've got, sufficient evidence in the epidemiological literature and the like to ensure that, a certain particular chemical or exposure will actually cause the effect that we're seeing.
So, in other words, you're looking at more of a mechanism approach is what you're talking about when you talk about a causal approach, correct?
It's multifaceted. So in order to come to there's what we refer to in the epidemiological world is what we call the Bradford Hill criteria. This was a series of criteria that were established years ago in order for the medical community to agree if something would be causal. So some of those steps include, is it likely that exposure, in this case to EMF, would actually cause the health endpoint that we're looking at? We look at epidemiological studies. And then, yes, we do look for mechanistic studies, meaning we look at, animal studies, rat studies, pig studies, and the like. And we want to be able to see those reproduced. Is there a mechanism biologically that is plausible in order to cause that effect? And can it be reproduced in animals at much higher levels or doses than we would experience in everyday life?
Mr. Olson, I assume that you have available to you McGee Exhibit 6.
I do. If you give me 1 second, I'll call it up.
Sure.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
If you would scroll to McGee Exhibit 6, at the bottom, there's a base label. It says McGee X-6_0006. At the top of that page, there's a couple of bullet points. Well, before we go much further, this is a document from the, I'll represent to you, this is a document from the National Cancer Institute.
Yes, I would say that it's on their website. It's a web page from the National Cancer Institute.
From the National Cancer Institute, I'll read what is stated in the third bullet point of McGee Exhibit 6, page 6. It states, more recently, a pooled analysis of 7 studies published after 2000, reported a 1.4. Is that microtests? Is that what is that the pronunciation?
Microtesla, yes.
Yeah, microtests reported a 1.4-fold increase in childhood leukemia. Let me start over. More recently, a pooled analysis of 7 studies published after 2000 reported a 1.4-fold increase in childhood leukemia among children with exposure of 0.3 microtests or higher. However, less than 0.5% of the children in the studies experienced this level of exposure. This is what you're going back. This is kind of the discussion that you just, or description of the association versus causation, correct?
That is correct.
So there isn't a National Institute of Health, or excuse me, the National Cancer Institutes and others have shown an association of exposure to EMF to various diseases. They just haven't identified a causal connection,
No.
correct?
No, I think it's a lot more complicated than that statement. So first of all, I would say to the commission, you've taken one bullet out of what is a 14-page website document, and certainly that is you did read correctly what they have there. If you look further down, in fact, all you have to do is go to the next two paragraphs, right? And that is that, you know, yes, there is this association in one of the studies that they're reporting here. And it's important to know that, yeah, we do have some studies where we have this weak association with exposure to EMF and childhood leukemia. However, if you were to read the next paragraph where it says, for the two pooled studies and the meta-analysis, the number of highly exposed children was too small to provide a stable estimate of the dose-response relationship. This means that the findings could be interpreted to reflect either a linear increase in risk, a threshold effect at 0.3 or 0.4 microtessa, or no significant increase. So really, we have no way of knowing. And then ultimately, that the final sentence there, the interpretation of the finding of increased childhood leukemia risk among children with the highest exposure of at least 0.3 microtessa is unclear. So what they're looking is all of the different analyses that have been done, and overwhelmingly, again, we may have a weak association to childhood leukemia in a limited number of studies, but the overarching evidence suggests that this is not the case. There's no biological mechanism or plausible mechanism by which we have seen in the laboratory EMF actually then causing leukemia. We don't see it in the rat studies or other animal model studies, where exposure to extremely high levels of EMF does not even induce leukemia in these animal models. So that's why there is an association. It's something that, you know, we've known from since the 1970s, where they've had limited publications, but we still have yet to actually come to a conclusion or to actually then label it as the agent that would potentially be causing that leukemia.
I appreciate that, Mr. Olson, or is it Dr. Olson?
It is.
Dr. Olson, I appreciate that. I appreciate your acknowledgement of the association between EMF exposure and childhood leukemia.
And if I might, Mr. Kimmel, what are the other ways that you can look at an association versus causation? One of the ones we always teach our students in kind of first year epidemiology is, if you think about a hot sunny day where the kids are outside in Kansas and they're playing and they've got the t-shirts and shorts on, and a hot sunny day, we see an increased consumption of ice cream. And at the same time, when we see that increased consumption of ice cream, we also see an increase in sunburns in the children. And one could make an association that the sunburns were caused by that increase, or the correlation to an increased amount of ingestion of ice cream, which we know is not actually true. And when the further studies are done, clearly the cause of the sunburn is solar radiation and not the consumption of ice cream. So that's kind of where we're at then with EMF. There have been some studies that have shown a weak association, but certainly nothing towards causation.
Commissioner Keen, I would request that the commission strike that last statement that Mr. Olson made as non-responsive to any question. And with that,
Ann, excuse me, Ann Callenbach, would you like to comment?
Yes,
I believe that was directed at me, not Commissioner Keen, but go ahead.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Thank you, Chair Duffy. Yes, I believe Dr. Olson's statement was merely a continuation of his response to the previous question.
I'll deny it. Thank you.
I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Very good. All right. Let's move to Evergy. Questions for the witness.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Wood with IBEW, questions for the witness.
No questions, Chair Duffy. Thank you.
And staff, Hassan, questions for the witness?
This is Walker. Whoops. Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Hendricks.
Yeah, I didn't want to overlook this opportunity to question Mr. Olson. I was just curious, in this particular proceeding, there have been references to home appliances and the electromagnetic field and how that might compare to transmission lines. Have you had an opportunity to address that subject?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Hedrick. If you were to actually look at, I believe it's in my direct testimony filed in response to public comment. And if you bear with me 1 second. I believe I did file within my testimony that comparison in terms of the expected level of EMF in one's home with various appliances, and then, in comparison to what we would expect from this line itself. So in your home, you have, while we're all sitting in front of our computers today, while we're in our office, if you're in your house with just normal, running of the wires and lights on and the like, you're going to be, we measure EMF, and it's the magnetic fields that we're concerned about. We measure it in typically milligauss or mg, and it's roughly that's 10 times the equivalent of the microtesla that we were talking about earlier. But we have between, give or take, 1 to 4 milligauss in our home. That's just with the lights on and appliances running in background. If you were to stand in front of your microwave, typical microwave these days, you are going to be in the neighborhood of, give or take, 200 to 300 milligauss. Your hair dryer is likely going to be more than that. So there are appliances in our house that have far greater levels of EMF that we're exposed to every day. I believe in Mr. Meyer's testimony in DM4, he filed the EMF report that was conducted for this line, and it's on PDF page 35 of 39 of Mr. Meyer's report, and it's exhibit DM4. There is a figure there, which is typical that we would see of the line of a 345 kV line, where you can see at the peak loading and right underneath, if you were to stand right underneath the line, you would be in around the 140 milligauss range. And then very quickly, it dissipates. And once you're at the right of way, under even peak loading conditions, you'd be down in the sort of 30 milligauss range. And within a couple hundred feet, you're back to within that background within homes. And I think it's important, 2 things there is that, I recognize that Kansas does not have an EMF or a milligauss standard at the right of way. There are only 2 states, and that's New York and Florida, that do have such a standard. And their standard is 200 milligauss at the right of way. And you can see that we're far below that, even right underneath the line itself. So yes, the 345 kV line will emit EMF, but certainly within a couple hundred feet, we'll be back within background of what we have in our homes on any given day.
I've got Wi-Fi in my house and I've got Bluetooth. Does that impact me from an EMF standpoint?
No, they're slightly different types of radiation. We're talking non-ionizing radiation we're talking about here, but no, I mean, again, there has been speculation. There is a lot of research being done on the use of Wi-Fi or 4G, 5G networks and the like, radio frequencies. And quite simply, again, we're not seeing that causation come out there. So these are things that we're experiencing every day in our lives. And that's why we don't need to be concerned for people living at the edge of right-of-ways from transmission lines like this. Quite frankly, I mean, I've taken a look at the line siting application from NETE Southwest. I mean, we have these lines, 345, 500 kV lines running right through residential suburban neighborhoods where houses back right onto the right-of-way of these lines. So, I think it's safe to say that residents shouldn't be concerned for the health or that of their children from this line being installed.
So I take it that the normal Kansas homeowner does not have a whole lot to worry about with respect to EMF.
That's right. And I think that goes for, all people living in Kansas around these lines. There's over 2,200 line miles of 345 kV line already running through Kansas. So I think those owners shouldn't be concerned, and nor should the ones if this line moves forward.
Do you know how the New York and Florida standards were set?
They were set trying to look at a safety level in terms of what would maybe be reasonable to have at a right of way. It was more of a precautionary principle, if you will. The international agency that has set a public guideline or standard for EMF exposure to everyday public general consideration is the ICNIRP. And their guideline is 2,000 milligauss in order to assure the protection of health. So essentially you're tenfold less than that international standard. That's one that we look to from around the world. So they basically took 10% of that international standard of 2,000. And again, we're well below that, even if you were right underneath the line itself.
Does it make a difference if low levels are impacting you on a 24-hour-a-day basis?
No, and so, often in environmental toxicology, we look at both what we call acute exposure, so high level, short period of time, and then chronic exposure, which is low level, typically lower level over a longer period of time. And we don't see either acute or chronic effects at any of the environmental levels, whether it's in your home or even living right beside one of these high voltage lines or spending time under them, hiking, biking. For example, my favorite hiking and biking trail route, it runs right under a 500 kV line, and I'll spend several hours a week on that line. That standard that was set was a chronic standard, 2,000 milligauss every day for your entire life.
Well, I can share with you that I go out to the dog park on a regular basis where we have some high level transmission lines, and I hope I'm in no fear with respect to that exposure.
Not at all, Mr. Hendricks.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Okay, we'll move to commissioners again. Commissioner Keen, questions for the witness? No. Commissioner French, questions?
Maybe just briefly, you piqued my interest with the discussion of the precautionary principle. I have an environmental studies background, certainly not your CV, but I understand that is an approach typically applied more in the European area, where you would it's more of a better safe than sorry approach. You would tend to regulate until you knew something was not a harm versus maybe more of a risk assessment approach in the United States. Could you just speak a bit to, what you think the paradigm is in the United States? And even if we were to take a precautionary approach, what would that look like?
Certainly, Commissioner. I may have even misspoke a little bit by saying precautionary principle at that, because it does have a more suitable definition. Again, I think what you look at is that if you look at the document under the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, so the NIEHS, when they did their very large, very expensive review back in the late 1990s and then early 2000s, when they looked at all of the evidence of living around high-powered transmission lines and the exposure to EMF, the evidence was so weak at best then that Director Ogan actually did not, and he states in the covering of that document that he did not believe that any regulatory approach was warranted in order to deal with this. What I was saying before, and how New York and Florida approached it, is that although the international standard is 2,000 milligauss, they took more of putting an additional safety factor. So I likely should have referred to it more as a safety factor, an additional safety factor of a tenfold difference there. And that's why the 200 number that is at the edge of the right of way in milligauss, 200 milligauss, I'd say is more of a safety factor, an additional safety factor. Not that it was needed or warranted, but they chose to do so. And so that's why we ended up at the 200. I think when you look at the other states across the nation and you look at other jurisdictions, Canada, for example, we simply don't regulate EMF levels at right-of-ways or near transmission lines because it's simply not warranted. So even the Europeans, you do not find, most of the European countries do not regulate EMF either around their transmission lines. If you can imagine, with Europe having a much denser population, more urban centers, you have very high voltage transmission lines running right through the center of all those major European cities.
So I think maybe everything you've said before and then this final answer, what you're telling me is, look, the precautionary principle or setting these thresholds as a safety measure is something you would apply where there just hasn't been much research on a particular area and you don't know what the risks are, or it's just impossible to know what the threshold would be. But in this case, we have done a lot of research and we have an assessment that there really isn't much risk. And so that is why you wouldn't necessarily follow that type of approach in this situation. Is that a fair summation?
That is, Commissioner French. That is exactly it. In fact, there have been over 25,000 papers published on EMF and health. We've had 40 to 50 years of research, from around the world, academics, government scientists and the like. And simply that's why we do have a very significant body of literature that allows us to make that call that, regulation of this issue is not warranted.
Well, I'll echo Mr. Hendrick's statement that as somebody that lives in a suburban neighborhood that's crisscrossed by 2 or 3 large transmission lines and walks my dogs under a couple almost every day, it's been a very good conversation. So I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner French. We'll turn back to Ms. Kallenbach for any redirect.
No redirect. Thank you.
All right. And looking at commissioners, I'm assuming the answer, okay, no from Commissioner Keen and no from Commissioner French. Thank you. Well, thank you, Dr. Olson, and you may virtually step down.
Thank you, Chair Duffy.
All right. Okay, we will go back to witness Dan Mayers from NextEra. Mr. Mayers, are you?
Yes, Chair Duffy, can we just have one moment? We're just switching bodies here quickly.
Absolutely. Yes. All right. We'll stand at ease for a moment here. Are we ready to go?
I believe so. Can you see?
Not yet.
Oh, I apologize. We're having some trouble logging him into Zoom.
Okay, Michelle, if you're on board there and you can help the situation.
Excuse me, what?
We're trying to get Mr. Dan Mayers.
He should be coming in now.
Okay, very good. Okay, we're going to probably take a break.
And Mr. Myers, is your sound working okay?
It should be. We have a shared speaker.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me and
He's
see
up on
me?
video now. Yep, thank you.
I know. Okay, are we all here? I do see Mr. Mayers. Okay, very good. Everybody else back? All right, good. Chair Keen, or Commissioner Keen, there he is. Okay, Mr. Mayers, welcome. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Kallenbach, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayers.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name and business address for the record, please?
My name is Dan Mayers. My business address is 700 Universe Boulevard, North Palm Beach or Juno Beach, Florida, 33408.
And by whom are you employed and what is your title?
I'm employed by NextEra Energy Resources, and my title is Director of Transmission and Substation Engineering.
Are you the same Daniel Mayers who filed direct testimony on January 24th, 2023, rebuttal testimony on March 21st, 2023, testimony in response to public comment on March 28th, 2023, and rebuttal to public comment responsive testimony on April 7th, 2023?
I am.
And do you have any additions or corrections to make to your testimony at this time?
Yes, I have just a couple of minor corrections. First, to my direct testimony on page 8, line 5, eliminate the part of the sentence that states along with 7 number 8 Alumaweld shield wire. And the reason I'm doing that is because we've had further discussions with Evergy over the course of this proceeding, and we've determined that that particular shield wire is not necessary, and we're going to go with 2 optical ground wires. Second correction is on page 9, line 13, and that is taking the total number of structures from 532 to 533 based on the current route as of today, and of which we have 78 steel structures. That is all the corrections that I have at this time.
Thank you. Other than those corrections, if I asked you the same questions again today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Chair Duffy, I would move the commission to enter all of Mr. Mayer's testimony subject to his listed corrections, as well as his exhibits DM1 through DM4 into the record.
I would, McGee's object.
Proceed, Mr. Kimmel, state your objection.
The McGee's object to Mr. Mayer's testimony regarding farming. They failed to establish the foundation for expert testimony on farming. They failed to lay the sufficient testimony for expert testimony, Mr. Myers, on EMF exposure.
Ms. Kallenbach, if you would
And-
respond. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Do you have other objections? Mr.
Bear
Kimmel?
with me for one moment, Commissioner. And exhibit DM4. That's not a document that was prepared. He hasn't laid the foundation for that document either.
Are there other items to your objection, Mr. Kimmel?
No, those are the three. The objection to the expert testimony on farming and EMF exposure. The EMF exposure testimony is, we've already addressed that issue with Mr. Olson, so I'm not sure why that would be an issue. And DM4 is simply not provided foundation either.
Okay, Ms. Kallenbach, would you respond, please?
Yes, thank you. As we did with Ms. Powers, we're willing to stipulate that Mr. Mears is not an expert in agricultural production, but given his 40+ years of experience as an engineer, we do feel that he is qualified to discuss the siting of transmission lines in and around agricultural property.
Okay, I will deny the objection. And Ms. Kallenbach, excuse me, are there any other objections? Hearing
What
none.
about the other? There was two other objections in regard to the.
I deny all three of your objections, Mr. Kimmel.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Ms. Kallenbach, is your witness ready for commission questions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Keen, you're up to bat.
All right, thank you, Chair Duffy. Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, Commissioner Keen.
Few questions for you. Given the preferred NextEra route of the proposed Wolf Creek to Blackberry transmission line, especially as it's set out in the routing study and the environmental report, my question to you is this: what steps can be taken by NextEra to mitigate the effects on landowners along the 25-mile stretch of the route where your line would parallel Evergy's existing 161 kV line?
I think as I've testified, the one thing we'd like to do is abut Evergy's right-of-way as closely as possible to minimize any additional wasted space between the right-of-ways. I also feel like, we are continuing to work with landowners all along that route, along the entire route. And we will continue to work through it up to the point where we have to move forward to ensure that we have tried to satisfy every possible means of positioning the line in a location that's satisfactory to both parties.
Anything else? Mr. Mayor, anything else?
No.
Let's talk about the first item that I appreciate your answer, by the way. Let's talk about the first item that you allude to, and that is abutting the right of way. What essentially does that mean? What give me the you're an engineer, I'm not. What essentially does that mean? I know what the purpose behind it is, but I mean, physically, what does that mean? What are you doing?
Okay, so today we know that Evergy has somewhere between as they've stated to NextEra, 75 to 100 foot right away. And, in order for us to determine exactly where it is, that additional surveys need to be completed, boundary surveys to determine the exact extent of that right away. Our intent is to be up as close as possible to that right away. We do not overlap that right away. We would come up to the edge of that right of way, and from there position our 150 foot right of way. In this particular case, to the north of their existing line today. So abutment means to get it as close as possible to that right of way, so that we don't have gaps in there that the additional land that the landowner may not be able to use.
Okay, very well. Would you please, in that regard, then, respond to the concerns, I think it's fair to say, that Mr. Veach, on behalf of Evergy, has expressed with respect to that close proximity to their right of way?
Sure. As we stated, our line is being built to a significantly higher standard than the requirement of this RFP. The IEEE standard for in this particular case would have been what's called a 1 in 50 year mean recurrence interval. The SPP requirement is a 100-year mean recurrence interval. And what that is basically, and what NextEra Energy Southwest, what the loads that we have basically shown in the design of this transmission line are a 300-year mean recurrence interval. And what that means is the probability of occurrence of seeing loads of that significance that are in the design would be seen once every 300 years, or approximately 0.003, which is 0.3% in any one given year. So we're building this line to be very robust, reliable, resilient, and we don't. Evergy has made a claim that if the structures themselves were to fall, that we could potentially hit one outside phase. But if you look at the ASCE 74 guidelines for transmission structural loading, you'll note that most failures are longitudinal. They're not transverse. Longitudinal meaning the structure will fail in line with the conductor, as opposed to transverse, which would be perpendicular to it. And transverse failures are usually caused by very high intensity winds. And in my case, I find it implausible that a weather event that would impact NETE Southwest's line and potentially knock a pole over would not result in damage to Evergy's 58-year-old H-frame line. Okay.
Well, that presents another question for me to ask of you then. And again, I have to lean on your engineering expertise here, Mr. Mayers. Your lines, the poles that support your lines are substantially higher from ground level than are the Evergy lines. Is that not correct?
Today they are, yes. But when Evergy goes and rebuilds their line, I believe their intent is to, increase heights and spans. They're not going to go back with an H-frame, is what I understand. So yes, our line is taller. The average pole height in that particular area is around 115 feet above ground line.
And theirs is roughly what?
I'm not positive. I want to say it's somewhere between 65 and 70 foot.
There's a diagram with, I'm sorry, go ahead, please. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's quite all right. When you're talking about the existing line, I think it's somewhere between 65 and 70 feet above ground height.
Yeah, there's so you have approximately a third more height to your pole if the line as the line would be originally set to where the existing height is for the Evergy line. Is that right? Something like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's a question I just feel compelled to ask. You were saying that in instances where there could be line disruptions, I'll put it that way, that the odds of it being transverse are less than the odds of it being of the occurrence being, what was the other word that you used?
Longitudinal.
Longitudinal, absolutely, okay. But that the transverse effects could be caused by wind. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, per the guidelines, the ASCE 74 guideline is a structural loading guideline that's used for T-lines. And again, we're going from historical information that have been gathered. So yes, the majority of the failures are longitudinal and not transverse, but high intensity winds can cause that. That could be a straight line wind, it could be a tornadic. But as I said, we are designing our line to accommodate significantly higher winds than the current line that is designed adjacent to us. So I find it, one, we don't expect our line to fall. We don't expect it to fail unless it took an absolute direct hit by an F3 or above type tornado. Then it would be, again, we don't suspect that to occur. I will say that Florida Power and Light, an affiliate of ours, went through Hurricane Ian just last fall, late last summer, actually, where we saw sustained winds of 145 to 150 mile an hour over a few hours with winds prior to and after. And we didn't lose a single structure, not one, in the transmission system on the in the state of Florida. So I believe our line is very resilient, very robustly designed. I don't anticipate, with given this low probability of this failure, that we would unduly impact landowners just to satisfy probability, extremely low probability of failure.
I appreciate the granularity of your response to my question, but I'm not sure that you've completely allayed any concern I might have. This is Kansas after all. This line is roughly 94 miles in length, is it not?
Total 94, yes.
Total. It's parallel potentially to the NextEra line for 25 miles, a little over a fourth of the distance of the line.
It's actually, not to correct you, Chairman King, but it's actually about 22 and a half miles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Fair enough. I appreciate that that correction. In any event, Kansas is known for straight line winds, and we occasionally have a tornado or two along the way, and we have at risk that length of line. So I guess I'm not, I accept at full value your engineering background, sir. I'm not trying to even dispute that, but I'm just concerned about the practicalities of whether transverse is not a risk, if you follow what I'm saying.
I do. There's always a risk of that occurrence. But does that risk mean that you unduly impact additional landowners, given the probability of this risk being so small?
All right, thank you very much. Let me move on. For the 25-mile stretch where two parallel lines may in the end coexist, I guess my question is going to come down to, can we determine the extent of the lands that are going to be encompassed by the combined two lines? So help me with a little math here, if you would. What is the width, if you know it, of the Evergy right-of-way?
To my knowledge, it's somewhere between 75 and 100 feet.
Okay. And the width of your proposed right-of-way is what?
150 feet.
And I guess we have some question about what is the safe distance between the two rights-of-way here in the lines. Yours being abutting, I believe, I'm not trying to be unfair, I'm just trying to be inclusive here. I think a similar suggestion was made by KCC Chief Engineer Leo Hanos. I think he suggested abutting. But Evergy has a difference of opinion, and I think they'd suggested 100. Am I correctly stating the facts as they exist?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me,
Please.
Chairman. For the record, the separation itself, it ranges from 125 feet to 2,000 feet along there. It's not like this entire distance. I believe there's only going to be around 107 structures where we'll actually be abutting, for reasons in my testimony that we've cited, that we have to go around a number of encumbrances along that route. So again, I know, there's going to be locations where we will directly abut, but there will also be locations where we'll be almost, a little more than a third of a mile away from it along that same pathway.
All right, thank you. Well, that complicates the conclusion I was trying to help you have you help me reach with this line of questioning, but I'm going to pursue it anyway. As long as we can maybe agree on a couple of assumptions and getting us to an approximation. I get what you're saying here. For a number of reasons, there could be greater distances at some places and lesser distances in other places between the two lines. That's essentially what I hear you saying. So basically, at a minimum, though, if we add together, let's say the Evergy right away is 100, yours 150. We even accept as an assumption maybe the safe distance minimum of Evergy's of 100. Realizing that in some places it could be a third of a mile or something in excess of 100. At a minimum, we're talking about 350 feet combined with those assumptions. You follow where I'm getting at here. Let me finish my thought, and then you can agree or disagree with my methodology. What I'm concerned about is in a ballpark, just give me a ballpark idea. I'm not asking you to do the math on the top of your head. You may have to have somebody help us do this. But what I'm getting at is within every 1 square mile area, how many acres would the combined totals of these rights of way encompass? That's what I'm getting at. You follow me? Whether or not you agree with it, you follow the question. Your mic is off.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, sorry about that. So let's take a step back for a moment, if I could. I'm not quite sure where I don't think Evergy's asking for an additional 100 feet between the right-of-ways.
Okay.
I could stand corrected, but I don't recall that being what they're requesting, and I'm sure Evergy will be able to clarify that. I think what we're looking at is, if you think in terms of center line to center line, we're approximately 125 feet apart from each other. Okay.
Yeah.
And at some point, the right of way then from there begins to, it won't be anything less than that. And it'll be more than that in various locations. As far as the amount of encumbrance, the math would be a little more complicated. I'm sure we could do it, but I don't agree with the additional 100 feet that you're referencing in between the right-of-ways.
That's fair. That's probably my misunderstanding, because I'm a businessman lawyer with no engineering or technical background beyond college algebra, basically. Okay. Do you understand what I'm getting at? What I'm getting at here is I'm trying to discern. There's going to be limitations on access and use, other land uses within the parameters of these rights of way. And what I'm trying to get at is, to what extent are we going to have some coverage here that affects alternate uses, and that's fine. But it's an aerial question that I have. Do you follow what I'm getting at?
Honestly, not quite.
Okay, let me ask another question, and then maybe you'll get exactly where I'm coming from. My next question is, and I really didn't mean to be rude to you. I just thought we could maybe cut to the chase here with your indulgence. In the ordinary course, once the right-of-way and lines are in place, what restrictions does NextEra impose on access or activity on or under or adjacent to the right-of-way by landowners or others having vested interests in the affected lands?
Well, as Ms. Powers described yesterday, there are easement agreements, and within those easement agreements, we have laid out the concerns. The biggest concern in any right-of-way is for in this case, the landowner not to violate the National Electric Safety Code. And when you consider, that we've designed our line to ensure that they can get the largest known farm tractor or harvester under the line, we want to ensure that they don't put anything in the right of way that would violate those clearances. That's for their own safety, and it's for the safety of anyone working in the right of way, and the reliability of the line, which is paramount. We know how important this line is. That's been shown in the need that it is extremely important that this line stay reliable and in service. We're not going to encumber any oil and or gas. I know that was brought up yesterday. That people have, if they have right to both produce and explore for oil and gas, we are not going to stop that. Obviously, if there is some direct tie to the location that they want to explore versus where the line is, it's going to be very difficult to get a rig under the line. So, they can drill either off right away or on the edge of right away to get to the location that they're interested in by doing horizontal directional drills. So, we respect the rights of the oil and gas owners, and we work with them all over this country. We do a lot of projects in Oklahoma. We do a lot of in Texas. That's just one of the issues. We want them to maintain. We're going to maintain the right of way for them, but if there's some folks have particular, say, trees that are less than 14 feet at the mature height. If they want to maintain those on the edge of right of way, then we'll work with them on that. What we definitely don't want is any type of tree growth getting into the line. There are NERC violations for that, and our vegetation management program would we'd want to ensure that we didn't breach those requirements. The landowner, some of the things that he's not going to be allowed to do is build some type of a building within that right of way. But if he wants to put up fences and gates and he wants to continue farming, I mean, we are not limiting in any way the use of farm equipment on that property. We have structures that are guide that I know there's been some concern about, but it's such a significantly small portion of the total acreage. We believe that we can farm around that. We have a lot of farms in Texas and again in Oklahoma and in Kansas. We have hundreds of 345 kV, hundreds of miles of 345 kV in Kansas as well. And those lines were built without, these are gen-ties for some of our renewable projects. They were built without eminent domain rights, which means we've worked with the landowners to accrue that land and get it to a place where we have good relationship with those landowners. So, again, to summarize, I know it's been kind of a long explanation, but there are rights that the landowner has. We're not going to limit them as much as possible, but we also don't want any violations of the NESC clearances. So we would appreciate the landowner, if they have some additional thoughts of work that they'd like to do within that right of way, that they get with NextEra Energy West's representative, and we'll work through those issues.
Okay, I very much appreciate the granularity of your answer. I prefer that to the alternative, frankly. So I'm not the least offended by that. You touched on the oil and gas issues. I certainly want to touch on those. Let me go back before I do. I think it's within the context, certainly, of oil and gas and other uses of the lands, that I asked the question about the width of the right of way, the combined total width of the right of way, because I'm trying to ascertain, if you can, I think you can understand what's really being taken out of the potential for activity. And that certainly would apply with respect to, in a major way, with respect to oil and gas operations. I was suspecting that you would have had a dearth of experience in dealing with this throughout the country. My concern here within this context, frankly, and I alluded to this, I think, yesterday with Ms. Blakely, has to do with the, let me ask this question. Let me stage these questions here. I don't have many more questions for you. Let me stage these in a better way. If we have existing, as of the time the construction commences on this line, if we have existing oil and gas production, tank batteries, surface equipment, permanent surface equipment in place, how does that affect the route of the line, or how are they affected by your choice of route?
Well, I'm assuming we would microsite around that. If the encumbrance is existing today, we're doing our best to move around it. Particularly oil and gas, we specifically stated that we had deviated from abutting the right of way specifically for that reason. We had to go through wind farms, and that required us to get off the abutment of the right of way. So we moved around every possible location and attempted to microsite the pole locations everywhere we possibly could to prevent there from being any type of concerns from the landowner as to his existing property.
Okay. There are some serious property rights, pardon me, in with respect to oil and gas interests that they're not unique to Kansas, but to the extent they occur with some regularity, they are a bit unique. And these are split mineral interests. Do you know what I mean by that? A split mineral interest?
No, sir, I don't.
In a nutshell, what I mean is that the surface ownership is separated from the subsurface ownership with respect to oil and gas matters. You're going to have basically a surface owner who may own and fee the surface, but there may have been a segregation of the rights and the ownership that goes with the subsurface and the oil and gas horizons for whatever reasons, such that there is a dissimilarity of interests between the royalty interests, or the ones that own the subsurface, and those that own the surface. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, I do. But I think I've also stated that, you know, we are not going to prevent a property owner who has an easement, who we have an easement over, from gaining access to that oil and gas under that easement. We will not prevent that from occurring.
Well, the problem is that to a certain extent, you can't help but prevent it from occurring.
Well,
let me finish my thought. Nobody's going to bring a pulling unit or a drilling rig under your lines. That is not going to happen. not for their safety, not for yours. It probably does violate these codes to which you alerted earlier. Okay. But there are such things as implied covenants to drill and to develop these oil and gas leases. The royalty owners in a split mineral interest, they're at the mercy of the operator, basically, and of the landowner. And so if a certain portion of those lands are absolutely taken out of production because they're inaccessible by a drilling rig because of two sets of overhead transmission lines, they're going to have a concern that would be different from the case where you have a landowner that doesn't have a separate mineral interest, that has that mineral interest owner and the operator. You're dealing with another third set of parties, where in the ordinary case, you'd be dealing with the landowner and the operator. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay, that's my concern. I'm not blaming NextEra for anything. It's an inevitable consequence of that kind of arrangement that creates a complicating factor. I'm not saying it's a disqualifier. I'm just telling you if you're a split mineral interest owner and you have the royalty, the landowner doesn't have the royalty, but he has control over all the surface. He's the one that's going to enter into the agreement with you. And then we have this separate pre-existing contractual arrangement with an operator of an oil and gas lease. You have an enormously complicated set of issues that affect a royalty interest owner that has basically no control or say over what happens. You may comment on that in any way you wish.
Let me just close my comment because, one, I'm not an oil and gas lease expert by any stretch of the imagination. We have dealt with this many times in the past. As I stated, we've built lots of transmission in Texas and Oklahoma and in Kansas, and we've come across issues related to oil and gas on the easement. We satisfy those issues. I'm aware that we have gas leases on this right of way. And I also am aware that I think the majority of those leases, we're not quite sure whether they have been, they're still, sure what the word is, available or open. But, we could get like a surface waiver, from the surface owner, if, that's necessary, as a way to allow them to be granted access. We'd be happy to continue to work with the landowners. If, this is a major concern of yours, Commissioner.
Well, I don't have any doubt that you will. Having come to the commission from the business sector, a variety of different capacities, I try to anticipate problems looking forward. I'm fairly results oriented in that respect. So that's really where these questions are coming from. I'm not trying to necessarily be the devil's advocate with you, and I appreciate the granularity and the frankness of your answers very much. So I do not believe it makes a lot of difference. In some instances, you're going to have probably cases where you have no existing oil and gas leases in place, but that doesn't mean one couldn't exist prospectively, because you've got some potentially valuable minerals that are down there that may, for whatever reason, just have not been explored yet. So, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate very sincerely the candor of your responses and your indulgence in my questions. I have no further questions for Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Keen. Turning to Commissioner French, questions for the witness.
Just briefly, good morning, Mr. Mayers.
Good morning.
I wanted to follow up on the discussion you were having with Commissioner Keen on the, whether the right-of-ways should be abutting each other or whether there should be some offset. And that's been sort of a disputed issue between NextEra, Evergy, and the KCC staff. And I think, as I understand it, NextEra and staff are of the belief that they should be abutted to reduce the impact on landowners, and Evergy believes they should be offset a bit more to protect their structures and perhaps for maintenance access. I thought your testimony, your final testimony filed in response to Evergy and staff's responses to the public comments was particularly helpful in laying out your position. As I understand it, your position is that a transverse failure, meaning a pole falling straight into the Evergy line, so falling perpendicularly, I guess, is pretty rare and unlikely, but it can happen. But I think the crux of what you finally got to was it's not an unknown risk, but the point is that you're talking about Evergy structures that are wood. They're 50 or 60 or 70 years old, and in the event that a weather event was able to move a modern NextEra pole, you believe there's almost no chance that it would not also cause the nearby Evergy structure to fail as well. Was I reading that correctly?
Yes.
So the follow-up I had though, and I, this probably is a better question for Mr. Vetch, and I'll ask it of him. I am wondering if the Evergy position has something to do with the discussion you had that Evergy is planning to do a rebuild of its line and put up modern, taller structures in the future. And so they may have a concern that right-of-way, the existing right-of-way, may not be enough when you've got two taller structures and they are both modern, and one could fall and the other not fall. Do you think that is perhaps what the concern is more related to, is when you have these two different structures, or two modern structures that are both taller in the future?
I suppose I would expect Mr. Vetch to be able to answer that question directly. I can speculate that, they have a concern while potentially rebuilding the line. But the amount of right-of-way they're going to need, if they actually do have 100-foot of right-of-way, is sufficient for a 161 kV line. I don't know whether they're planning on rebuilding that thing for a double circuit or increasing the voltage. That information has not been disclosed as far as I'm aware. So I think it's better left said by Mr. Vetch, but again, we don't have any particular, we don't see any technical reason. He may have some other reason related to safety or whatever, but I think it's better for him to explain exactly why. We don't, again, we're trying not to encumber any more land than we have to off of landowners who have been complaining about the amount of land being taken in the first place. So to be respectful, we're trying to limit it to exactly what we need and not anything more.
Okay. Well, again, I appreciated all your testimony. I thought it did explain your position fairly clearly, and I will follow up with Mr. Vetch for the Evergy side of the story. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. And along that line of questioning of Commissioner French, I have to ask, so you go in there, let's say you go in and build your lines, and it requires heavy duty trucks and a lot of equipment. And we talked about compaction yesterday and roads and all of that. And then a few years later, Evergy comes in and they do the same thing. Heavy equipment, have to build some roads, potentially damage to the pasture land with compaction. Crops are interrupted. I just don't, and potentially damage to county roads. I just don't really understand the benefit of just a few years apart going through the same scenario. Thoughts on that? I mean, when you're building a line that big, a 345 versus replacing a 161, is there a real difference in the type of equipment, the disruption to the everyday meadowlark life that goes on in the fields of Kansas?
So let me start by saying that, we have two different means of accomplishing the same thing, building a transmission line. Our standards, we prefer to use concrete poles and steel where necessary, guide concrete poles if possible. We find it to be cost effective. When I look at, Evergy has a different set of standards. They'll be primarily using steel poles. As far as the type of equipment to bring in, say, a concrete pole or a steel pole, concrete pole is a heavier pole than a steel pole in most cases. There are some steel poles that are as heavy, but they're also going to be, installing foundations, what's called a caisson foundation. So you're going to have concrete trucks that have to come in. So, both means of construction require heavy equipment. These loads are big, they are heavy, but they're short term. The line will be built fairly quickly. At least in our case, I can't speak for Evergy other than I know that theirs is going to be split into ultimately clearances that are necessary to take out a load serving line. But yeah, there's going to be impacts to both, but they're not insurmountable as far as concerns over damage to roads and what, we're going to be working with the KDOT. We're going to be working with the local counties to ensure that any type of road damage is repaired. We will repair that. Again, we talked about compaction. We've talked about damaged property. NextEra has committed repeatedly that we are going to repair that damage. So yeah, there might be some short-term impacts to landowners, but again, our intent is to clean it up as quickly as possible and to move on. And the fact that our line, we're basically stating that it's good for 80 years. Once we get it in place, it's other than inspections and annual maintenance, after that, the impacts are extremely low, unless there is some type of damage caused by some weather event. As far as what Evergy's plans are for construction, again, Mr. Vetch would have to comment on that. But as any large construction project has it, there's going to be impacts, but we intend to repair any damages and provide restitution to landowners. One suggestion that is it may be possible to minimize impacts, and something that we've done with right-of-ways where we've shared with other utilities is you share access roads, and you can have agreements where you, if you have a need to access a property and there's only one way, and if you're thinking maybe Evergy was thinking of a separate way, well, we could potentially talk about, sharing access onto properties through our right-of-way to help minimize the damage that could incur on a property owner. I think we'd be happy to discuss that at some point in time when Evergy's ready. We did that in Canada over a 2-year period on a 280-mile double circuit, 230 kV line that we built. Hydro One was the utility in the area, and we had to parallel that right away. And we shared access locations along that, and it reduced the impacts on property owners.
Okay. Thank you. I am looking at your direct testimony on page 8, and it's line 17, or excuse me, line 19, where you discuss that NETE Southwest will utilize primarily direct embedded, self-supporting spun concrete monopole structure with silicone rubber braced post insulators. The typical structure height will be approximately 100 to 130 feet. Then on page 9, line 20, you discuss that you have built more than 1,000 circuit miles of the spun concrete based post insulator 345 kV lines in Kansas, Missouri, Texas, and Oklahoma since 2009. So in Kansas, how many miles of this 345 spun concrete pole are in place?
You're taxing my memory here now. I know I provided that in testimony.
And I looked for it again last night, and I could not find it.
It was in the CCN testimony, but it's over 200. It's over 200 miles today.
Okay. So you also discuss how NextEra is a leader in the development of this technology versus a steel pole. So explain to me, because I'm trying to understand, when you put one in the ground, is it already cast and you're bringing it in, and it's been cast in some factory, been on the road, you're hauling it in, correct?
Yeah, that's the great part about it. The actual concrete pole is its own foundation. So I auger a hole and I set the pole in the hole and I backfill the hole. I don't have to do any foundation work. I don't have to have a 10 to 12 foot wide caisson type foundation that has an anchor bolt cage in it and steel rebar cage and over 100 yards of concrete to satisfy that. I have the butt end of a pole that I set 20 feet in the ground and it can support itself. So,
but you are bringing in concrete trucks. So what are the concrete trucks for if you really don't need them for the foundation work?
So we will have some steel structures on the project. We don't, in some cases, if we have poor soil conditions, we might have to put a concrete slurry in and around the pole itself to fill in. Most of the time we use an aggregate, a very small rock aggregate that once the hole itself is drilled and you set the pole, then you backfill it with aggregate. You don't just throw the soils back in it again. We use an aggregate. And in some cases, we'll use a concrete slurry to do that. So that's why you might need concrete trucks. If I am installing a steel pole and I have to put in a dead end type foundation, I'm going to have significantly larger foundations and they are going to require concrete trucks to satisfy the foundation requirement.
Okay, and you do on line 13 discuss that of the 533 structures, only 57 would be steel. So which weighs more, the steel pole or the concrete pole, one carrying the same 345? Which is the heavier pole?
If I said a typical pole, in this case, what we're calling a typical tangent type pole, it will be heavier than a typical steel pole. A steel pole, when it's delivered, comes in sleeves. And when I say sleeves, it comes in pieces, and you actually jack those pieces together. So a lot of times you can get more pieces on a truck, and whereas a single concrete pole is one piece, and whether it's 110 or 130 foot long, I'm bringing it in on one truck. With a steel pole, I can bring it in on a shorter flatbed type truck, and in some cases, I can get more pieces of that pole on the truck. But in general, the concrete pole is going to weigh more than the steel pole.
So this 130-foot pole is put on the back of a flatbed truck and run down the road.
Yeah, it's a rather unique looking truck because it is such a long load, right? But it's got axles that'll distribute the weight accordingly. It's not like it's going down the road and just, tearing up every piece of road along the way. Valmont has been delivering thousands and thousands of these poles all over the United States. And, they just recently completed building a plant in Bristol, Indiana. And so they're going to be looking at the Midwest market to do exactly that because the concrete pole has started to take off. It's used throughout the Southeast. And what we've found is that concrete pole does extremely well under hurricane type conditions. So Florida Power and Light has spent the last, 35 to 40 years honing the design of these structures to ensure that they are both robust and resilient. And as I stated earlier, it proved the case when Hurricane Ian came on shore, and those concrete poles held up extremely well.
Do they have a life expectancy of 80 years versus a steel pole?
Yeah, so there's so much less maintenance involved in a concrete pole. One, you don't have to worry about it rusting. It does quite well in fires. When you look at the whole design itself, between our brace post insulators and the concrete pole, it's concrete, and the footprint is small. It may weigh more, but you don't have to worry about the foundation itself. Overall, we're very confident that this concrete pole is good for Kansas. We've proven that already by having some of our wind farms already installed these concrete poles. And we believe you're going to see more and more of them as utilities, take the time to learn a bit more about them and design them to meet their specific requirements. Valmont's been doing this a long time with FPL's support, and they've taken that to I'll call it the eastern half of the nation. We actually have installed concrete poles in California. Valmont had a pole facility in Barstow, California, and we installed concrete poles through the Mojave Desert. So we've used them in every type of application that you could imagine: hills, deserts, Florida, swampland. They hold up very well. They're very low maintenance type structure, and we are confident that they'll last 80 years.
Okay, and they could accommodate potentially a double circuit option, correct?
Not our design, no.
Not your design.
There are yes, you can design a concrete pole for double circuit application. This line is specifically designed for just this single circuit.
Okay. And it's my understanding that with this application, NextEra does not have any intent to hook up to any other entities along the path of this line, correct?
No, ma'am. Our mandate is to go from the outside of the nuclear controlled area of the Wolf Creek substation or the nuclear plant. Evergy will build out the first 1.5 miles. And after that, we have a direct shot, as you're aware from this routing, all the way to the Blackberry substation. There's no intent at this time for us to loop in and out of any substation. SPP wanted a direct line between those two locations.
And if I would generalize about the business of NextEra Energy, it is about putting transmission lines up. Correct?
NextEra Energy Transmission Southwest, who I'm representing in this proceeding, builds regulated transmission assets, and that's what this particular project is.
Okay. Let me go back to the answer you just gave concerning the pole that you're putting up versus if there were two lines running at that pole. Would the concrete poles that could accommodate a double circuit, would they be bigger and would they be more expensive to the point of being cost prohibitive?
No.
No to what? They would not be bigger?
No, we would, I believe that we've already shown that the pole height, if we did a double circuit, just scroll to the next page. So as you may or may not be aware, Evergy has basically stated that they did not agree to the proposal that we made using the concrete pole. Again, we have totally different standards between our two companies, and we have not had time to get to an agreement. There may at some point, be discussions around how we could satisfy the use of concrete poles. I think the bottom line, Evergy decided that if we did use a concrete pole on this project, that they would require us to use what's called davit arms. These would be steel arms and what's called I-string insulators. And that's shown in my testimony within Exhibit JB1, which is a confidential document.
Yes, and but would they be more if we didn't go with where Evergy would want to go on the pole, but with your company and its expertise in doing some of these double circuits in other states, and you could choose the pole, would the concrete poles that you're suggesting be able to accommodate a double circuit? And if not, well, either way, would it be more expensive and cost prohibitive?
So the concrete pole designs today, we are limited to a maximum length of 140 feet. So in any design, you have a trade-off between taller poles and going longer distances or shorter poles and going shorter distances. And if we were just to specifically use the 140-foot pole with a double circuit, we would have to look at what's the maximum distance we could travel on, utilizing the design loads of that pole. So there would be some trade-offs. There may be a case to be made that if you went with a double circuit, you could use steel poles. And I think in the design, again, as shown in JB1, we gave options. We could go with concrete double circuit, or you could look at the Evergy alternative, which is a taller steel pole on foundations. So it really would depend. Would it cost more? Yes, any double circuit is definitely going to cost more. And that's mainly because you now have, again, if I'm just looking at a single circuit versus a double circuit, you have that many more insulators, you have that many more conductor miles that you're also adding to that structure.
Right. And potentially could that lead to delays?
Absolutely. First off, if if we go back to the Evergy alternative, we could at some point come to an agreement. And let's say that requires the concrete pole design to completely change. So we would go back to Valmont, we would provide them the design loads that were agreed to by both utilities. We would ask them to produce a structure that could meet those requirements, and then we would have to test it. So they would have to engineer it, design it, fabricate it, and then test it. And testing involves them going in and literally breaking these poles, right? They literally go out and they take them to their limit to see what capacity that they're capable of putting their stamp on, to say that they meet all the valid requirements of, in this case, both utilities. That will take time. That will add months and months of time onto the amount of time that would be necessary to once we had an agreement in place. So it would be at least 6 to 9 months before we could have a pole design
for something that's going to be in the ground for potentially 80 years.
Yes.
Okay. Let me look here. Oh, real quickly, for the record, would you please just define micro-siting?
Yeah, that's literally where you go on property, and this is why we asked for access to people's property. I know yesterday there was a lot of discussion around, everybody does a Google search first, right? Everybody does a Google Maps review, and then in our case, we fly what's called LiDAR, and we actually can look at the ground itself and get an idea of what type of above surface gradients we're dealing with. But you don't really know what you have until you actually get on site. And that's why we like to get access to property. That's why we love to do geotechnical analysis ahead of time, because you can look at everything that's above ground all day long, but until you penetrate the soil and make a determination of what's in the ground, it's extremely difficult for you to design a structure. So geotech is important. And that's why we ask landowners that we can get on the property. We also need to look at any type of environmental concerns they might have, cultural concerns. When you're in Kansas and you know that you have a Native American population, you've got concern about tribal issues and whether or not there's any type of artifacts in the ground. So, we try to get on site and literally look at where we thought the pole would go and validate that we can actually make that work, that it's constructible. So that's why it's really critical for us to be able to get on properties early and to ensure that the design that we actually sign off on will actually work at each of those locations.
Okay. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. We were using that term and I just wanted to make sure for those listening that we define that. Those are all the questions I have. I will now turn to NextEra for redirect.
Excuse me, Chair Duffy, would it be possible to take a short break at this time?
Wow, how time does escape. Yes, it would. So it is 10:15. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. We will resume. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 10:30. Please turn off your microphones.
Commissioner,
Yes.
I don't believe I've had an opportunity to question this witness.
Oh,
We've not rested the witness.
we're not resting the witness. I mean, I apologize. I said redirect. I'm sorry, Mr. Kimmel, you are up next. So,
Thank you.
yeah, we'll start back up at 10:30 and you are up first. I apologize. Thank you. Okay, folks, it is 10:30. If we can get the group back together, thank you. Very good. We are back on the record, and we do have witness Dan Mayers, and you are still under oath.
Yes,
And
sir.
excuse me, Mr. Kimmel, are you ready to ask questions of the witness?
I am Chairman Duffy.
Okay, take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Mayers. Is it
Good morning.
Mayers? Mayers?
Mayors, yep.
Mayers, okay. As you probably know, I represent the McGees in this docket. I wanted to start off to follow up on Chairman Duffy's questions regarding NextEra's intent to connect to the transmission line. I believe your testimony is that you had no intent at this time to make connections. Is that a fair summary of your testimony?
That's correct. I stated that this line is a regulated asset between two substations and has no intent at this time to interconnect with any
And
other
when you say,
project.
and as you sit here today, are you speaking on behalf of NextEra Energy Transmission Southwest LLC or for NextEra Energy's conglomerate that was cited in the application?
I'm representing NextEra Transmission Southwest in this proceeding.
So when you answered that question, that answer was addressed directly only to, or excuse me, your answer only was in regard to NextEra Energy Transmission Southwest LLC, correct?
Yes,
In the application for your NextEra's line siting application, excuse me, do you have a copy of that available for you?
yes, we'll find it here in a moment. Okay, we're there.
If you scroll to, let's see, page 2, paragraph 3, talks about NETE Southwest, which is a shorthand for NETE Energy Transmission Southwest LLC. Okay, can we agree to that?
That's correct.
It's an indirect wholly subsidiary of NextEra Energy Inc. Correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you also incorporate in, or NextEra incorporated into their application, further in paragraph 4 of that application, NextEra Energy Resources LLC.
correct.
And NextEra Energy as a whole, a large, basically the main parent company, correct?
That's correct.
So when I refer to NextEra now, I'm going to ask you if you know, in regard to the entirety of the company, NextEra company, including NextEra Energy, including all of the subsidiaries referenced in your application. Okay.
Okay.
Do you know of any plans to develop solar farms or windmills near or
On
along?
the basis of relevance.
The commissioner asked the question. It's addressing a question that the commissioner herself addressed. This is the question that is relevant.
I don't believe the
addressing a
commissioner
question that-
mentioned wind and solar farms, however.
It's a form of connection, Ms. Callenbeck. Commissioner, I don't want to enter into an engagement. You raised the question, the chair raised the issue. I'm following up on that. It is a relevant topic.
I'm going to allow a little bit of leeway here, Mr. Kimmel, so go ahead and ask your question.
Mr. Mayor, do you know of any plans to develop wind farms or solar farms within 20 miles of the center line of your proposed transmission
No, I do not.
line? Does the company, can you speak to the company's plans? When I say company, I mean NextEra Energy as a whole.
No, I do not.
And I'm asking you, are you speaking on behalf of NextEra Energy as a whole, or just simply for NextEra Energy Transmission Southwest LLC?
Well, I think you asked me to think in terms of all of NextEra, and my answer is still the same. No, I do not.
You understand, just a review of NextEra Energy's website indicates that they promote themselves as the world's largest generator of renewable energy from wind and sun, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in fact, when the commissioner asked you, do you know of any other companies' plans to construct wind or solar farms to connect to your proposed Blackberry to Wolf Creek transmission line?
Chair, I'll renew my objection on the basis of relevance.
For the same reason it addresses the commissioner's question about connections. I'm asking the witness about his knowledge.
Correct. I don't believe his knowledge about what other companies plan to do is relevant to this particular project.
Commissioner, it's about, she asked if there was connections. It is relevant to this project because the commissioner asked about the connections to the transmission line.
Continue on, Mr. Kimmel.
Mr. Mayor,
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, are you aware of any company's plans or goals to connect wind or solar farms to the Wolf Creek to Blackberry, proposed Wolf Creek to Blackberry transmission line?
No, I'm not. The only thing I'm aware of is that we had to route through 2 wind farms while we were doing the routing review to get between Wolf Creek and Blackberry substations. But I don't know whether they're going to interconnect to our line or not. You have to take that up with SPP.
Because it's the SPP who actually makes the decision as to who connects to the Wolf Creek to Blackberry power line, correct?
Well, because they're the regional planner, then you would have to submit an interconnection agreement to them if indeed you wanted to interconnect to any transmission within their grid. So you would have to discuss that with SPP.
Correct. And I guess that is that a long way to say that's correct? You have to get SPP's permission to connect to the transmission line, not NextEra's?
Absolutely.
So NextEra, as part of this project, has not determined if there will be wind or solar farms connected to the transmission line. Is that what you're representing to me?
Not to my knowledge.
Is there anyone in NextEra that would have that knowledge?
I'm assuming we have a very, excuse me, large development organization. And if they were intent on adding wind or solar in the state of Kansas, part of their development proceedings is to review points of interconnection. So I would imagine that somebody on our development team would be considering that, but I'm not aware of any request to connect to this line at this time.
Are you aware of any? Okay, that's fair. and this is going to seem like a very elementary question, and I'm going to acknowledge that. The purpose of this Wolf Creek to Blackberry transmission line is to increase electric transmission capacity through Kansas, correct?
That's part of it.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to refer you to your rebuttal testimony. Page 10. Roughly about line 22.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kimball, this is the rebuttal testimony referring to March 21.
Yes, March 21, excuse me.
Okay, what line was that?
Starting with, well, we'll just line 22.
Okay.
And you talked to the commissioners a little bit about NextEra's commitment to correcting damage done on landowners' property, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Through a number of DRs, there were requests to explain how we were going to restore property and how we review it ahead of time and how we work with landowners to ensure that their property is as good, if not better, than the way they let us use it in the first place.
Okay. And I asked Ms. Powers this, and I didn't get a real satisfactory answer from her. But on line 10, you indicate that you're going to restore the property, and then if you scroll down on page 11, starting about line 5, or excuse me, just that first paragraph on page 11, you started with after mechanical completion. You see that?
I do.
That once removed, you go on to say that once removed, the contractor will level and decompact all disturbed areas with a pull behind disc, harrow, or similar. Did I correctly recite what you stated?
You paraphrased it, but that's primarily what it said.
I asked Ms. Powers about she recognized that this transmission line is going to be crossing pasture land and hay meadow land of farmers. And I asked her and we've talked about the compaction. We speak previously about the compaction with Chairman Duffy of how heavy these trucks are. Are you suggesting that NextEra is how is NextEra going to decompact those properties such as hay meadows and pastures that aren't tilled?
Is there more?
Mr. Kimball, I'm not sure that Mr. Mayor's heard the end of that question. You cut out a tiny bit. Could you please repeat that?
Given the discussion you had previously with Chairman Duffy about the weight associated with the trucks that will be carrying the various poles, for that ground that is hay meadow and pasture land, how do you plan on reducing the compaction in those hay meadows and pastures?
Well, it will depend if any compaction actually occurred in the first place. As I said, most of the heavy equipment that we have, while the materials are heavy, the trucks that bring it in can distribute loads accordingly. Now, it depends on soil conditions as well. If the soil conditions are soft, you might see more compaction. If it's in the middle of winter and it's freezing cold outside, and the ground's hard, you will barely see any compaction. What we found and we build transmission lines in hayfields and farms a lot. And what we find mainly in hayfields is that you can roll over the hay and the hay will, in a lot of cases, come right back. What we've stated in testimony is if we do any damage, that's any damage. That doesn't just mean to corn fields or soybean or whatever. It means hay fields as well. If we had to go in, if there was a noticeable compaction event, we would till it up and reseed. And then we would ensure that that new seed took hay. Let's say took hay. It literally would, begin to grow. We'll water it. We will ensure that nobody else drives over it, and we will hopefully it'll work its way back. But in general, in most hay fields that we do work in, we find that there's nothing that needs to be done, that the hayfield itself will restore itself. But as I said, if there's a problem, we will remedy it.
I'll just, in paragraph, and on line 9 and 10 of page 11 of your rebuttal testimony, you go on to say that in some cases, soft ground may be left to naturally recover.
Yeah.
Are you referring? Go ahead.
That's correct. That could be any ground. That could be an access road. That could be a culverted ditch. That could be a hayfield. It's dependent on the landowner themselves. We have some landowners that honestly could care less about, the actual, I won't call it damage, but if we go on their property and we'll basically say, okay, there's before and after. When we originally go out to meet with each landowner prior to construction, we're going to take the steps necessary and walk them through the construction process. We're going to talk about access to their property. We're going to show them where the pole is going to be located via surveys and boundary surveys that are done and the survey location of where the pole is actually going to go. And we're going to, if necessary, take photographs and pictures to show them what the property looked like. And our intent is to take that property back to where it was when we first showed up. The soft ground that I'm talking about is there may be cases where it's just soft ground and there is no compaction concerns. We've had some, in many cases, we've had farmers say they'll till their own soil. They don't want us to bother it. They want us to clean it up, if possible, grade it. In some cases, they've got depressed areas. They want us to take the spoils from the soil that come out of the hole and help fill in locations on their property and basically tell us, leave it alone, we're good, we'll compact it ourselves, or we'll go ahead and till it ourselves. So every landowner is different. So that's why we intend to work individually with each landowner and ensure that what they want done to their property, we'll take into consideration as we're going through the construction phase and ensure that when we're done, we can prove to them that that we have complied with their requirements.
You cut out, Mr. Mayor, at the end right there.
At what point did I cut out?
You just cut out for just a second. I appreciate what you're saying. Would you refer to the exhibit that was previously admitted into evidence in this case through the admission of the?
I heard, I'm sorry, Mr. Kimball, all we heard was McGee. I did not hear a number.
McGee exhibit 18.
1-8, thank you.
I'll represent to you, this is a document that was filed in the certificate of convenience and necessity docket. And was incorporated into the record when the agency adopted that entire or admitted into evidence that entire record.
Okay,
This is a declaration that was submitted in that CCN docket from Brian Regier. Have you reviewed this
Mr. Kimmel,
declaration?
excuse me. Chair Duffy, the representation that Mr. Kimmel just made that this was admitted in the CCN case is not correct. We objected to this in that case and it was not actually admitted in the CCN proceeding.
It's part of the docket, which was what the commission admitted. At the very beginning of this hearing, the commissioners incorporated by administrative notice the entire docket of the CCN. In fact, Commissioner French acknowledged that or made a comment about it briefly. So this is a document that was admitted into this docket through the commissioner's prior actions.
May I respond to that, please?
Yes, please.
So if you review the record, the full record that we agree was admitted through administrative notice, we objected to this document as a late filed exhibit and that objection was sustained. So this document is not part of the official record in the case.
It is, it was filed in the record. There's a file stamp on it as a document in the docket. It may not have been admitted. But the only reason why you didn't get it, it wasn't admitted previously because it was late filed. This wasn't late filed. You've been fully aware of this document. I simply want to ask questions about it.
Okay, Mr. Kimmel. We are going to, the commissioners are going to go to our breakout room. And we will return. And including both general counsels. Thank you.
What's that?
Chair Duffy, I believe you might still be on mute.
And it looks like we don't
Yes,
have.
I am on mute.
Commissioner
Okay,
King yet
so,
we don't have Commissioner King at the moment either.
okay, we are waiting for Commissioner Keen.
And there, I'll just note, there is a test of the tornado sirens going on right now in Kansas City. So if you hear that, I apologize.
Okay, Commissioner Keen is back. So, here's what the commissioners believe. It was filed, but it was not admitted. Mr. Kimmel, you can ask questions about the document. And if you want to try and lay some foundation for further admitting it, that's on you, but you may ask questions of the document, okay?
Sure.
Chair Duffy, may I just renew our objection just so the record is clear on that?
Yes,
Thank
you may.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. First, Mr. Kimmel does not represent Mr. Regier. Not only is his late filed direct testimony and public comment testimony in this proceeding, Mr. Regier participated in the local public hearings and could have presented any of these concerns, which are over a year old at that time. So this is complete hearsay, and we just want to note that for the record.
It is noted. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Campbell. All right.
I would like to respond to that. It's not
Mr.
hearsay.
Kimmel, I will just say, we're allowing you to go on, and it is after 11 o'clock, and we want to make sure that you are able to get through this witness this morning before you leave, and perhaps we can get some other line of questioning of this witness as well.
Mr. Mayers, you participated in the CCN docket, did you not?
I did.
I'm going to share my screen with you, Mr. Mayers. Can you see the screen, my screen that has the declaration of Brian Regier on it?
I can see it, yes.
And I believe you have a copy of it in front of you too, do you not?
I do.
You can see at the bottom, the bottom of that page is verified under penalty of perjury. That is true and correct. You see that?
I see that.
In Mr. Rigger's declaration, he
Mr. Kimmel, we're not really able to hear you very well. Maybe it's because the document's up. Maybe while the document's up, if you take off your video, then we'll be able to hear your questions. It's coming out garbled.
I have a copy of it, so if it's easier to.
And you've reviewed this declaration previously, correct?
No, I had not seen it previously.
You did, okay. In paragraph 2, do you see where NextEra entered, Mr. Regier alleges that NextEra entered his property and entered his property without permission?
I see where it states that we allegedly did that, yes.
And in paragraph 5, Mr. Regier alleges that NextEra caused damage to his property.
I see that.
Do you have any knowledge as to the truth or veracity of that statement of Mr. Regier's relation?
No, I have no personal knowledge of that. I read the document in the break that we had here, and I first off find it hard to believe that we demanded anything of a landowner. That's just outside of the culture and the way we do business. But if there was any damage done, then Mr. Regier should have contacted NextEra at that time and immediately asked for restitution, and we would have complied.
Well, as your counsel indicated, this declaration was provided to NextEra over a year ago. So I believe NextEra has had significant amount of notice of the alleged damage. So my question for you is, based on your prior testimony that you immediately addressed damage caused by your contractors or your own employees, do you know if the damage referred to in Mr. Gear's declaration has been fixed?
No, I do not know, nor do I know whether Mr. Regier actually submitted a request for repairs and restitution.
Well, it sounds like you ran your crew off his property and they damaged it. So I would
I'm going
assume
to object to that statement and request that it be stricken from the record. Mr. Kimmel's not testifying here today.
So ordered.
paragraph 6 of the declaration states that I very direct and told them that they did not have permission to be on my property. I told them to leave and never come back. Did I recite what's stated in the declaration correctly in paragraph 6?
Yes, you did.
If someone tells you to leave and never come back, do you think that's running them off?
Is it running them off? Well, it's asking them to leave and never come back. Now, my understanding is that we did have permission from Mr. Regier's brother to be on site, and that Mr. Regier himself, I think his brother's name is Larry. Mr. Regier then determined that he was not going to allow that. So initially, our understanding was we did have access because his brother provided access to the property. And once we got on the property, Mr. Regier, and I don't recall his first name, Brian, I believe, decided that no, we no longer had access and asked us to leave.
Sounds like you do have quite a bit of personal knowledge about what happened out there then, correct?
That's the extent of my knowledge.
I'm going to refer to you to page 20 of your direct testimony. And paragraph 7, line 7, last sentence.
Mr. Kimmel, will you bring down the screen, please, that you have up?
Okay, page 20, line 7.
Page 20, line 7 states NETE Southwest will respect the landowner property and intends to restore the property to its original condition. Based on the statements that you just read of Mr. Regier's declaration, do you believe that NextEra has respected Mr. Regier's landowner's property?
Yes, I think we were on property based on his brother giving us permission to be on the property. Again, Mr. Regier's had ample time to prove that there was damage. We don't know what the damage was. Was it a simple tire track? Was it a little bit of mud on the driveway? We have no idea. There were no pictures taken. Mr. Regier's had ample time over this 1 year period, including in front of this commission in early March at 2 open houses to complain and to provide pictures of this damage. None of this has been provided to NextEra. If there was truly significant damage, we would fix it. We would have fixed it right then and there. But as you said, he threw us off and asked us not to come back. But if he did request that we come out and repair this damage, we would have done it. We would have done it that day.
Did you
We're in
follow
this-
up? Go ahead. Sorry. I
We're in
didn't mean
this, we're in this for the long haul. We don't intend to be a bad neighbor. We're trying our best to work with all of the landowners. And this is just this is an example of miscommunication, obviously. If there was communication made to NextEra, we would have gladly repaired any damage.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Mayers. I believe that the docket associated with the CCN identified numerous times in which NextEra has been very abusive towards.
Chair, I would object to this. I don't believe that Mr. Kimmel is testifying, and we don't appreciate references that are inaccurate.
Mr. Kimmel, if you could move along with your questioning, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Give me just 1 second, Commissioner. Mr. Mayers, what is the Corona and Field Effects Program?
So Burns and McDonald was hired as our engineer of record to do a study on Corona or any type of EMF, as well as an EMF study.
I understand that. I'm asking you, what is the Corona and Field Effects Program?
I don't specifically work with the program. Again, our engineer of record would run that, but I assume it's a program to measure the effects of Corona, which is an ionized.
But you just don't know. Is that correct?
I don't deal with that program directly. No.
You have no idea what the methodology of the Corona and Field Effects Program, correct?
No, I do not, but our engineer of record would.
And so you're not presenting yourself as an expert in electric and magnetic field analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And exhibit DM-4, you didn't prepare that at all, correct?
It was prepared under my direction by our engineer of record, Burns and McDonald.
But you have no idea you've established you don't know what methodology is incorporated into the Corona and Field Effects Program. Therefore, I would assume that you also don't know if that methodology was actually carried out by Burns and Mack, correct?
No, it's not correct. I believe Burns and McDonald is using a program that is an industry-wide used program to satisfy the outcome of the EMF modeling that needs to be done in order to show the profiles that are in the report.
So if I understand you right, what you're saying is that you hired a contractor to conduct some work and you expected that contractor to do it professionally, correct?
Yes.
But you can't speak to the results of that work. The person to speak to those results would be Burns and Mack, correct?
No, Burns and Mack would produce that, and our project engineers within NextEra would review it. His manager would review it and make a determination as to the accuracy of the assumptions that were made and the outcome, and whether in general there was any issues to be concerned with, and whether the data was correct. So me personally, No, but under my direction, my supervision, I have engineers that are responsible for doing that. And their determination was that the results were sound.
And those engineers that you direct are not testifying here in this docket, correct?
They are not.
I'm going to renew my objection to the admission of Exhibit DM-4. NextEra is failed to establish the necessary foundation for the admission of the document as a business record, and he's acknowledged that he is not an expert that's able to testify as to the methodology or the application of the methodology that's reflected in the report.
Ms. Kallenbach, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you, Chair Duffy. Mr. Mayers has just acknowledged that this exhibit was prepared under his direction and it has been reviewed and approved by NextEra engineers that are in charge of that type of study. We don't believe that Mr. Kimmel's objections are appropriate to this document.
Thank you, Ms. Kallenbach. The objection by Mr. Kimmel is overruled. Continue on with your line of questioning, Mr. Kimmel.
Mr. Mayor, in your response to public comments, you refer to an old nationwide differential GPS
I'm
system.
sorry, Mr. Kimmel, you broke up.
Yeah, you did break up a little bit, Mr. Kimmel. If you could repeat your question. Thank you.
In your response to public comments,
Okay,
you refer to an old nationwide differential GPS system.
can you direct me to where that is?
Your March 29th, 23,
Yeah, I'm there, but where in the
You're-
document?
page 6, line 21.
Okay,
You indicate that there's an old or now retired nationwide differential GPS system that could be impacted by electric transmission lines. Is that fair?
yes.
When was that nationwide differential GPS system retired?
I don't know the answer to that.
When was the last time? Okay, my question to you is then, what is the type of differential GPS system that farmers use in Southeast Kansas near the proposed Wolf Creek to Blackberry transmission line?
I'm not in a position to speak to what each individual landowner uses as their method of GPSing their equipment.
So you're not in a position to testify as to whether or not that GPS equipment could be impacted by electric transmission lines, are you then?
No, what I'm saying is that you asked me whether I knew, and I'm telling you, I don't know the individual landowners and what they're using. But in general, the GPS systems that are available today, and whether they have older GPS systems, I'm unaware of. But those systems operate in higher frequencies than the old system.
And I guess my question to you then is, what are the common differential GPS systems that farmers use in Southeast Kansas near the Wolf Creek to Blackberry transmission line?
Chair Duffy, this has been asked and answered. The witness said he's not aware of what type of GPS systems are used.
He
I
said
would, Mr. Kimmel, I would agree. It was asked and answered. Can you move on with this line of questioning? Thank you.
Commissioner, my question the witness answered he doesn't know what an individual farmer uses for a differential GPS. My question that followed up was, what are the common types of differential GPS systems that farmers use in Southeast Kansas? That's a different question.
I believe if I remember hearing, he said he did not know.
Thank you. If you do not know the common differential GPS systems used by farmers in Southeast Kansas, how can you opine as to whether or not this transmission line will impact those farmers' GPS systems?
I'm just not in a position to answer that. I don't know what systems they use. And you know, again, GPS systems today, as we state in this testimony, operate in those frequency bands. And the expectation is that GPS systems will work in those operating ranges. If a farmer has a device that is older and antiquated, it may no longer work in those cases, and they would have to upgrade. But again, I do not know the individual landowners and what their capabilities are as far as GPS systems.
And you don't know what the common GPS systems are used by farmers currently, correct?
I do not know the common system.
I would move to strike the witness's testimony regarding the impact on GPS systems lack of foundation.
Ms. Kallenbach, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you, Chair Duffy. The witness has testified that he is not aware of the common types of GPS systems that are used by these landowners. However, I don't believe that necessitates striking his testimony, noting that it is unlikely the power line will interfere with GPS receivers. I think his testimony speaks for itself and it should be maintained.
We'll give the weight it's due to everything that's said here, but ultimately, Mr. Kimmel, I mean, your objection is, let's move on. We'll give.
I would like a ruling on the objection, Chairman Duffy.
We're denying the motion, but I'm giving it we are not going to strike his testimony. We will give it the weight it's due based on what it says, okay? But I am striking your objection. I am denying your objection to strike the testimony. So let's move on. It is now 11:25.
That completes my questioning of the witness. I passed the witness.
Pardon?
He passes the witness.
Oh, you passed the
That
witness?
completes-
Very good. All
my
right.
question to the Witness.
Thank you. Evergy, do you have questions of this witness? No, we
Yes, yes. I will be very, very brief here.
Okay.
Mr. Mayers, do you have a copy of Evergy Hearing Exhibit 4 handy?
I'll get it. Yes, sir.
Why don't you take a look at that and then identify what this document is? I'll assist you. This is okay. This is
Yes, I'm
confirmed.
aware.
This is a data request number Evergy N6. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And it was submitted to NextEra, correct?
Correct.
And the date of the request was March 17, 2023, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You have personal knowledge of the contents of this document.
I do.
In fact, your verified signature appears on this document, correct?
It does.
Madam Chair, I move to admit this exhibit, Evergy Exhibit 4.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, it's so admitted. Thank you.
And I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wolford. Turning to IBEW, Mr. Wood, do you have questions of the witness?
I do not have any questions. Thank you, Chair
Thank-
Duffy.
Thank you. Turning to staff, do you have questions of Mr. Mayers?
I do, Chair Duffy. Good morning, Mr. Mayers. My name is Hassan Latif. I'm an attorney for the staff of the Corporation Commission. I just have a few questions for you, some clarifying questions on some of the testimony that you have filed in the docket. I'll start with your rebuttal testimony. The document that was filed on March 21st. And it's kind of early in your testimony on page 6. Around line 12. You're talking about the number of structures you're building as part of the line. And I noticed you adjusted that today. So in the testimony, it said you had 478 structures that were being built. Is that the correct number now, or is there that?
That's still the correct number in Kansas.
Okay. And then, and of those, 43 have guide wires on them. And you said 27 of those were in cultivated land. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Okay. When you say cultivated land, are you speaking specifically about farmland, or is that, or is there, can you explain a little bit more what cultivated land means?
Yeah, the differentiator would be a cropland versus just, say, a hayfield or a rangeland. So in this case, if it's corn or soybeans versus just hay or any type of grassland.
So cultivated doesn't include livestock or rangeland, is what you're saying, if I'm hearing you correctly.
That's correct.
Okay. And then on page 21 of your direct testimony, you kind of talk about the size of the structures you're building. It's on page 21, line 8.
I'm there.
Yeah, you say foundations for the transmission structures, and you say they're approximately 4 to 5 feet in diameter. And then a few lines later, you state that if a landowner has a guide structure, there's some additional cultivation limitation. Do you have an estimate on how much the guide lines would add to the diameter of the structure?
Are you talking about from the base of the pole to the?
Yeah, if I'm just trying to get an idea. You mentioned that it was 4 to 5 for the base of just the structure itself, but I was trying to get an estimate for when you have on the situations where there are guidelines, how much that expands the diameter of the structure.
Yeah, that can go out as far. Let's just say rough numbers, about 100 feet.
Okay. And I read I think in your testimony you say that there's insulation on the guidelines to prevent electrification. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
Say insulation on the guy wire. No, the guy wires are. There's no need to insulate them. The guy wire itself is attached to the pole through hardware that directly connects it to the pole, and then it directly connects that to the ground. And there's a bond that runs from the pole over to the guy wires. down to the ground, but there's no actual insulation, no.
Okay, so there's no, as you're saying, it's not necessary because there's not a possibility of electrification or energizing of the guidelines? Is that what you're saying, or?
Yeah, under normal circumstances, there is not, but if you had some form of lightning strike at the facility, there's the potential for there to be some form of induced voltage on the guy wire through the bond wire.
Okay. I'd asked a question of Ms. Powers yesterday, and I just wanted to confirm with you, are there any concerns for, I guess, livestock rubbing up against the guidelines, or were there anything that they needed, that landowners need to be careful about with the guidelines as opposed to just the poles?
So we'll talk about cattle in this case first. No, we have some rather amusing videos that have been seen in the past of cows brushing up against the guy wires, either itching themselves or just, I think you can probably YouTube one or two of them, but I know our field folks have sent in some photographs of cows rubbing up against it, but they don't tend to damage it in any way, nor are there really rough surfaces for them to get hurt on. In addition, we tend to put we put these covers over the guy wire itself to literally cover, say, the bottom 15 feet of it or so. But the cattle have been seen rubbing up against it, but I'm not aware of any damage that's been caused because of that, or any animals that have been harmed because of that.
Okay.
And then I think you talked about landowners.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what your question is there, but
yeah, just if there's any concerns that do you counsel landowners when they have a situation where they have a pole with guidelines on it, that they have to have any special concerns about, I don't know, about approaching the guidelines or anything like that, that is standard for folks that have on their land?
I mean, if you're just walking by a guy, no, absolutely not. We have guide locations on city streets, along sidewalks, in many locations in South Florida. So there's no potential harm there. What we do is, if they're actually going to farm, then of course, the farmers are smart. They'll understand what their limitations are as far as how close they want to get to a guy wire. But we've said all along that we're not preventing farming up to and adjacent to these guy lines. In this case, the guys are the anchors to maximize the usage of their own land. But we also would caution that they can see the angle of the guy wire coming into the anchor, and whether their equipment is of substantial size that it might impact one of the guy wires, we would caution them to go around it as opposed to try to go under it. But we're happy to explain to any landowner that has questions on the properties that have already accepted the easement agreements, to explain what type of cautionary tale they should have.
Under the proposal from NextEra, when you are setting the line and choosing where guide poles have to go, currently the landowners don't have a choice in whether or not the poles in their on their land is guide or not. It's based on the route and what's necessary for the route.
No, I don't agree with that statement. I think we try very hard to, as we talked about earlier, microsite pole locations. That's part of the criteria for the designing of the line route. We don't intentionally go out and just plop down poles in the center of fields. We try to find edges of property where we can. And particularly with guys, if we can put the guys on the outer edges of the properties, we'll do so. What it sometimes occurs then is we have to shorten distances between poles or lengthen distances on other poles, which may require a larger pole. But, you know, in general, we try to work with the landowners in each and every case. Can we satisfy 100% of the cases? No, we can't. But at the same time, you know, we talked about there being 27 guide structures in cultivated lands. Of those, you know, 17 of them only have 4 guy wires associated with them because they're either a moderate or the angle on the structure itself is either low or a medium angle, and it only requires that. There's only a couple instances where we have heavy dead ends that require multiple guys in 2 directions. So, you know, all along we've stated that we believe that, you know, guying structures is it's a cost-effective way to support, you know, the loading of the line itself, and we believe it still has minimal impact. We've disclosed in our discussions that of the 1,500 acres, approximately 1,505 acres of land, 631 of them are in cultivated lands, and only 3.8 acres, or 0.6% is impacted by this. And we fully intend to continue to work with landowners to, you know, we have a number of landowners that have already agreed to have guys on their property. I think we have 21 signed agreements of the 43. And we will continue to work with the other landowners and to try to gain, you know, their permission to allow them, because we think it's a small impact, but it is a good cost savings, cost-effective means of supporting transmission lines.
Is the difference between the angled poles that have the guys and the steel base plated poles, is it a cost difference, or is it a construction difference that you have determined that one is better than the other?
Yes, it is. There are definitely increases in cost. As we note, if we had to go to a self-supporting structure, we're going to have a 10 to 12 foot diameter concrete caisson type foundation. That's going to need to be put on the land. And we have some confidential information related to the actual costs, you know, for these, but they are significantly more expensive to have to do that. So, you know, we believe again that, you know, we're trying to keep the cost of transmission as low as possible for the ratepayers of Kansas. And to do that, you look at innovative ways to reduce your cost of transmission, and this is definitely one of the tools we have in the toolbox.
Sure. In a situation, I know, and I think Ms. Powers also said that you also try to work with the landowners and get come to an agreement. In a situation where you don't get an agreement with the landowner on whether or not to have a guide pole, are you going to, in that situation, is it generally you use a self-supporting pole, or you would use a guide pole in the end when you to run through that land?
I think that will depend. I think we'll continue to work with landowners and try to find a means where we can get them to accept, you know, an equitable solution, a compromise, because we believe it is the right thing to do. It keeps the cost of transmission down, and our preference is to use guying structures wherever we can.
Okay. I just want to have a different line of questioning about the dead end structures. In your rebuttal to the intervener responses to public comments, this is on, I think it's the April 7th document that was filed. I think this is also a passage that both Commissioner Keen and French referred to. It's on page 5, line 21 and 22. You referred to the ASCE manual, stating that longitudinal cascades make up most of the cascade failures. I mean, based on that statement, is the understanding that longitudinal cascades are more likely than the traverse failures?
Yes, based on the ASCE manual practice 74 guideline.
So,
And they're basing that on historical information.
okay. And in the work that you've done on transmission lines, you've encountered pole failures, either longitudinal or traverse failures before in the work that you do?
I have, yes.
And is it your experience that the longitudinal failures are more frequent than the traverse failures?
Well, first off, there's, in my experience, I'm aware of just a couple cases where we had failures. And so I don't want anyone to think that this occurrence happens often. They happen very, very rarely. But in the two cases that I'm aware of, the failures were in the longitudinal direction.
Sure. So I think a common consideration for transmission lines is the resiliency of the line. And do you have a definition of that you work with for how resiliency like relates to transmission lines? What you consider to be more resilient than a transmission line?
A stout concrete pole with brace post insulators. We believe that resiliency is basically what, if you have.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayers, we're getting some feedback when you talk, and so we're not clearly maybe hearing you, so maybe somebody's voice or microphone is left on. All right, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to make sure that we all hear your answer.
Yeah,
Thank
that's quite all right, because I'm hearing the same, but
I think it may be coming through, it could possibly be coming through legal staffs as well. So
Okay.
it's one of the other.
All right. All right. So if everybody check your microphones, just have one on and continue on. Again, I apologize for the interruption. I just want to make sure we hear the response.
Understood. When I think in terms of resiliency, it's you want to know that you're, in this case, the transmission line can handle events, weather events. Those are mainly the big issues that we have to deal with here. Whether it be tornadic, whether it be ice related, whether it be straight line winds. But as we've stated in testimony, we have designed our line to be significantly more robust than even the SPP minimum technical requirement required of us. And when I think in terms of resiliency, is how did the line do after it saw an event? And, you know, we strongly believe that, as I've stated before, and I know Florida isn't I'm making a comparison. We don't get ice storms in Florida, and we've had ice, but not ice storms. But the transmission lines do extremely well in high wind conditions. Their tapered form and the robustness of the concrete allows us to, as I said, after Hurricane Ian, not a single structure failed. And we were able to get our transmission grid up extremely quickly. What generally happens after a hurricane is you still have to go out and ride each line before you re-energize, simply because of the debris that tends to accumulate around the conductors afterwards. So when I think in terms of the resiliency, We had no conductor down. We had no structures down. I think that, we feel very confident that this line is capable of handling the extreme weather conditions that you see in Kansas, and we have designed it accordingly.
So is a part of your calculation for resiliency, the minimizing interruptions to service?
Absolutely.
You mentioned in your testimony to Commissioner Keen that it was important for there not to be interruptions to the line. That was one of a very important calculation for you guys as far as the robustness of the line.
Yes, of course, just for clarification, the two end substations are not owned by NextEra. So the protection of the line itself, the protection schemes, although we provide the optical ground wire between the two substations, the protection schemes are run by both AECI and Evergy. As far as, ensuring that we have adequate clearance of our line, ensuring that we have a design that allows for clearances phase to phase and phase to ground. This is why we've been, talking about in the easements themselves, ensuring that we don't have anything that violates ESC clearance requirement, because we're a lot of what occurs on the transmission line is can be caused by somebody getting into the line. It can be caused by lightning. It can be caused by wind-blown debris, balloons. There's all kinds of things that can trip a transmission line out. But I think we've designed it adequately. We've designed the phase spacing, the meter exceed all the requirements. So to me, those are all items that add up to building a resilient line that hopefully has minimal outages along it.
So on your rebuttal testimony on page 8, this is starting at line 4. We're talking about the crossings of the highways. So the crossing of Highway 59 is already planned to include a dead-end structure on either side of the highway, which design is being driven by a transmission line crossing at that same location.
That's correct.
So I know there's I think the line crosses 5 different highways. Only one of them has dead-end structures, and in this case, you're stating that it's only because of the presence of another transmission line there, not necessarily because of the highway being there. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, we had a specific requirement to dead ends on both sides of Evergy lines that we crossed. It was an agreement that we had with Evergy.
So is there a specific rationale for requiring the dead end structure across transmission lines as opposed to crossing the highways, or is it just because of the agreement you have with Evergy, or is there further concern about the transmission line as opposed to the highway?
Well, obviously there's Evergy Evergy has a concern that utilities have concerns about other utilities lines crossing over them. So they want to try to build them as robust as possible to ensure that one line doesn't fall into another and take them both out. In our particular case, what we're saying is that, there is on crossings of the roadways that we do cross, and that's US 169, 54, 69, 160, and 59, as we've discussed. We don't believe that there is a requirement to actually have to install these dead ends. There's no federal standard. There's no Kansas standard. The Kansas DOT's utility accommodation manual doesn't require it. The ASCE 74 document doesn't state that it's necessary. The NESC doesn't state it's necessary. County road use agreements don't say they're necessary. So we don't quite understand why we believe in this particular case it is necessary. We talked about how robust we believe our design is. And, you know, the particular, we're protected at both ends by high-speed protection schemes of both Evergy and AECI. The line itself would be disconnected in less than 1/10 of a second if there was a problem. Putting two dead ends on either side of the road still doesn't mean that you're prevented from that section of line being somehow damaged or, you know, come down. We're kind of just struggling with the reason that it would be necessary to install it. If you reviewed our the SPP RFP application submittal, we also talked about installing right-of-way cameras at these crossing locations. I believe we cited 12 locations that we would, our operations folks would install and monitor. And the reason we have done this in Texas and we've done it in Canada. The reason we do this is it allows us to keep track of those locations that we consider, you know, something that we would want to keep an eye on. And for instance, let's say we saw a weather event coming and it could potentially create an ice event. We'd want to know whether any of these crossings were actually feeling or we were seeing any type of effect on that section of line, or if we knew that section of line, if there was a problem and say we had a fault on the line and our operations people notified us of the distance from that line and it showed that it was at one of these locations, we would have already have seen through the camera video that we were having a problem or we had a problem, and we can notify the local police to get out there. Our commitment is that we're going to have our company operating services Inc. and our NextEra reps there within an hour. And then we'll have manpower on site with vehicles and equipment to get it back in an hour, you know, from an hour and a half on, depending on what kind of damage occurred. And I will say finally that, you know, I've reviewed each of these routes, the roadways themselves, and in each and every case, I was able to find a workaround route to get, so let's just say for some reason we had to shut down one of those roads. The inconvenience would be 3 miles or less for each and every location to actually get around it because of the grid system that you all work under. So
when you say that it would take 3 miles to get around, does that include for like larger trucks that are traversing those roads, or is that just like car traffic that would be going through?
no, I think, well, maybe a truck would take a little bit longer, but you're literally just, you would, if you blocked off that's one section of road, in all the cases that I saw, you literally would go one street back and, you know, I hate to make it sound simple, you'd make a left and then you'd go north on a parallel road and you'd make a right and go back and then make another left and you're back on the main highway again. And so, you know, for all of those reasons, I don't see why would we want to necessarily install dead ends at each location. In addition, you know, we've looked at other transmission lines throughout Kansas, and for the majority of the ones that we were able to view going across roads, they don't have dead ends on either side of the road.
So you mentioned a lot of codes and electrical codes for what reasons why you didn't think that it was necessary across roadways. Are there any electrical codes that make it necessary to install the dead end structures when crossing the Evergy lines?
So there are utility practices that basically say when you cross over a line, you can. It doesn't say you must, but you can, and it's wholly dependent upon criticality of the lines. In this case as well, it seemed like Evergy was very persistent that they felt like each of their lines required a dead end on either side to get a permit from them. So, I'm sorry.
I didn't interrupt you. If you have more to say. So just our staff's understanding is that from NextEra's point of view, that the highways are not given the same consideration that crossing Evergy lines would be. Based on the fact that you put dead end structures crossing Evergy lines, but not the highway.
Well, in this particular case, when we submitted our application, it's incumbent upon us to review the specific requirements, the regulatory requirements. And there are no regulatory requirements that state that you have to put dead ends across the road. So by mandating this or recommending that we do it, it will increase our costs significantly as well. It will add millions of dollars to the cost. And I think it unduly burdens, again, the ratepayers of Kansas by adding additional costs to this project.
The installation, you said installation of dead end structures on those 4 other highways would result in millions of increases, you're saying?
The total for all of them would result in a couple $1 million, yes.
Which you're willing to do for Evergy's crossings, but not for the highway.
Again, Evergy had basically stated that as a permit requirement, we had to dead end. There is no permitted requirement today from the DOT, the KDOT, to put in dead ends on either side of the road.
Okay. I just have a couple more questions. Are you aware of so we sent a DR that had a number of homes that were within 200 feet of the transmission line. I don't know if you have a number of, do you know if there is a number of homes that are, how many that are within 200 feet of the transmission line?
I want to say there was 21 homes within 300 feet. It's a number that sticks in my head, but I'm not. Can you?
It's not.
There may
the ballpark figure is fine. I don't want to hold you. I'm not holding you to the number.
I think there's 9 or 10 that fall within 200 feet.
So, in staff's recommendations, they requested to do EMF measurements just on homes on the end of the right of way that were within 200 feet of the line. In your testimony, you say that NextEra is willing to do those measurements and compare them to those found in the home if there's a request from the homeowner.
That's correct.
So were you doing the by request just as a courtesy to the homeowner, or is there, I think we're talking about 9 or 10 homes that would face this requirement based on staff's recommendations. I don't know is there a reason why you would only do it by recommendation or by request of the homeowner?
Well, because we don't think it's necessary in the first place, as we've stated, and as Dr. Olson previously mentioned, the EMF associated at peak load on this line is significantly lower and than the industry standards that are out there, whether it's the IEEE or the International Commission on Non-Ionizing radiation protection. Those numbers are significantly higher, and we're talking about 34 milligauss at the edge of right-of-way, and 200 feet from the right-of-way, it drops down to almost 6 milligauss. So that's one reason. We don't believe it's necessary because even though there is no Kansas state regulatory requirement, we are meeting the most stringent state requirements and we're exceeding it. But the landowner in this case, what we're offering is if there is some significant concern, we would be happy to come out and do the measurement. The other issue is we mentioned peak demand, and then let's just say everyday average load on the line, it drops down to 20 milligauss at the edge of right-of-way. And at 200 feet, it's down to 4 milligauss. So, but if I went out the day after, a week after, a month after, I don't know what loading the SPP will have on that line. I can take the measurements, but they'll only be as accurate as that day. So again, if it gave the homeowners a level of comfort, then we're saying we'll be happy to do it. Otherwise, we don't believe it necessary to do it because we're so much lower.
When you give those numbers about your predicted milligauss from certain areas, distances from the line, that's based on the model that you guys have created, that the expectation is they would hit those marks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But we don't have after the line is installed, there's not a confirmation that they're hitting those marks. You're saying based on some of the circumstances, based on what the power is going through the line, or are you saying that we don't, essentially, if there's no readings taken, there's no confirmation of those, that's the model, it's hitting the model as predicted?
Well, this same model is used by many utilities, and in the state of Florida and in New York, I can't speak for New York specifically, but neither state requires anyone to do measurements after the fact. The calculations that are done and submitted of the unperturbed fields are considered accepted if they fall below the threshold and prior to energization. So even in those states that have these mandates, there's no requirement to go out and do readings afterwards.
Thank you. That completes my testimony. Thank you for your time, Mr. Mayers.
You're welcome.
Thank you, staff. Okay, we're going to continue on with commission questions, and I will lead off with Commissioner Keen, please.
Thank you, Chair Duffy. Pardon me. Mr. Mayers, I must say that, quite frankly, I find your testimony to be very informative. And I think your knowledge of details, many details, and your willingness to share those details with us has been very helpful. I have a few questions to ask you, not too many, but I want to go back to a line of questioning that the chair brought up in her initial round of cross-examination, just to kind of put a finer point on it, if I could. The first of those issues I want to address has to do with this question about having, I'm probably going to butcher the terms of your trade in the process of asking the question, so please excuse that. But she was asking about the prospect of there being basically additional substations at some point added along the route of the line, other than the point of beginning and the point of terminus. And I think you answered that pretty adequately, but in the event that there was any desire at some point in the future for that to happen, what sort of regulatory approvals would be required in order for that to be facilitated?
Can you guys hear me?
If you can speak up a little louder, that would be helpful.
I'm sorry, because I just...
Fine, I got you there.
Okay, I apologize because I lost what appears to be my Zoom connection. here. So, Mr. Kane, I was a little freaked out when my screen started doing a circle on me. So would you mind? I think your question was around further.
I'll repeat the question. I have no problem. I'll try to be succinct in doing so. This goes back to the line of questioning, or the colloquy actually you had with the chair about the issue of substations at some point in the future being added along the route of the line. I mean, I understand in asking that question, quite frankly, that NextEra, in conformity with the RFP that got you here and the notice to construct that got you here, you're confined at this point to obviously the points of Wolf Creek and Blackberry. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. My question simply was, in the event at some point in the future that for whatever reason there was to be any substations added along the route of the line, my question is, in order to accomplish that, what regulatory approvals would be required?
My understanding would be that an application would be necessary to SPP via an interconnection agreement. So there's no other requirement other than if somebody wants to build, say, a renewable facility at a power plant, do whatever, and they want to attach to this line, they are going to have to get with the Southwest Power Pool, and they'll put them into the queue and study what the actual impact would be on the line itself and in the regional planning area.
All right, thank you for that. Another line of questioning that you had with the chair, I want to address also to see if I understand it. It has to do with the concrete poles that would be able to accommodate a double circuiting. If I understood your testimony, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm going to tell you what I understand, and you can correct it. From what I understood, you were saying that the concrete poles to accommodate double circuiting were not more expensive than the poles that did not accommodate it. However, because of the practicalities that you detailed, it would be necessary to add more poles to accommodate double circuiting, and thus it would make the line more expensive. Am I semi-close in understanding your testimony?
Semi. So I apologize if I misspoke, but or maybe I just missed the part about the actual design of our line today. If I wanted to take that pole and put a second circuit on it, I would have to increase the capacity of that pole. That pole is designed to carry to handle the loads associated with 6 conductors and 2 optical ground wires. If I went to 12 conductors and 2 optical ground wires, the capacity of that pole wouldn't be sufficient to carry it. So I'd have to increase the capacity of that pole, and it would bring the cost of that pole up. It would increase the cost.
Substantially?
Well, again, let's not forget that we have an entirely second circuit, right? So you're talking about the insulators, you're talking about the hardware, you're talking about the conductor itself, and the pole capacity would have to increase. So yes, it would go up substantially.
Okay. In your negotiations with Evergy regarding the proposed double circuit option, what were their major points of difference? What were the matters that were most difficult to reconcile between NextEra and Evergy?
Well, for starters, we don't know when Evergy is planning on rebuilding the line. There's testimony that states up to 2030, but still don't know whether that is the plan. And that in itself caused some confusion as to when we thought we might get the project done. And as you're aware, each year that goes on, congestion costs alone of $14.5 million of savings go along with it. Design standards are different because we are two different utilities. They design specifically for the environment that they're used to, and that's the Kansas. I believe Evergy may have also, they may be in Missouri. I'm not that familiar with Evergy, but in general, it's going to be design standards. So concrete poles are not part of their repertoire today. And, you know, getting to an agreement on the use of concrete poles and the design changes that they would have to make to their standards to utilize concrete poles became an issue. They also prefer to use, in this case, if they were going to use a concrete pole, they wanted to use the davit arms or the steel arms with insulators that were underhung. And, you know, our standard is what's called a braced post insulator, which is one insulator supporting the other insulator itself, and it prevents the need for having a steel cross arm with it. On top of those items, we had, you know, just issues about land rights and operations and who was going to respond to a landowner complaint, who was going to respond to an outage. These are significant issues. And in my 40 years, almost 40 years in the business, I am not aware of a single utility that actually co-locates with another. I'm not saying that they don't exist. I'm saying I'm not aware of it. And in all my dealings in the 42 states that we've built facilities in, we've never co-located with another facility. Another utility, I'm sorry.
I appreciate, again, the granularity of your answer. It's very helpful in kind of understanding and gaining perspective on this whole subject matter and this whole issue. Let's go back very briefly to this question of concrete versus steel poles. You have a bias, obviously, in favor of concrete over steel. Why is that?
A number of reasons. We're comfortable with it. We're confident in its capabilities. I've said repeatedly, and I won't bore you again, we've gone through major hurricanes in South Florida. Where concrete poles are produced, we try to use them. They're cost effective. The lead time on concrete poles is probably right now, I want to say it's 40% less than a steel pole. Just yesterday, I was reviewing a document that showed lead times for steel poles from the time that you actually submit your engineered requirements to the pole vendor is 51 weeks. So steel poles are taking significantly longer. Concrete poles, the lead time is anywhere between 28 and 36 weeks now, so we can get them quicker. The limitations on concrete are there's really only two vendors, and there's one, Valmont, who we've worked exclusively with for many, many years. But there is a new vendor. Meyer Industries has just gotten into the business. They built their first factory about 40 miles north of our facility in Juno Beach. It's actually in Fort Pierce, Florida, and they're going to be producing poles as well. So a lot of the utilities in the Southeast use concrete poles because of how well they do in hurricanes, and just because of how tough they are and how long lasting they are. They also have a very small footprint. They're low maintenance. you got to overcome the heaviness of the poles, but we've done it. We've installed tens of thousands of these poles, and we're just confident in the ability of it. That's not to say that we don't use steel poles. We do use steel poles. You can't put a concrete pole everywhere. You wouldn't want to try to put it on the top of a mountain. It's just it'd be too difficult to get it there. So steel poles come in sections and they can be delivered as well, but they are heavy. They're more expensive right now. The cost of steel has kept the price of steel poles high. And so overall, we use both in various applications, but predominantly we try to use concrete wherever we can.
Any reasons or downsides as to why both concrete and or steel? I think you're indicating that was what you were intending to do to use. Can't be used in Kansas as well as Florida.
No, absolutely not. We've got them both right now in Kansas. Multiple wind farms that we have west of Wichita and up just west of Topeka. We've been using the concrete poles in the state of Kansas already, and we're using steel poles as well.
All right, thank you for that. Again, in fairness to Evergy, I will ask Mr. Gage for his take on this subject matter as well when his testimony comes up. I have an incredibly leading question that I'm debating whether or not I should ask. So I'll preface it by telling you it's a leading question. And I'll ask the same question of Evergy in fairness to them too. I think I should. I'm going to ask you the question. In your opinion, if poles per your construction standards were used for double circuiting in this instance, and the Evergy line was to be placed on those poles, wouldn't this expedite the current times, Evergy's plans to replace their older wooden poles and enable both you and Evergy to share in the cost of the poles that were used?
You're assuming in this leading question that Evergy will agree to use the concrete pole.
Yeah, I'm sorry. In fairness to you, that was the assumption, which may not be a case in fact. Yes, that is the assumption.
Yeah, and they're on record as stating that they are not in agreement as it stands today. Could we come to an agreement? I believe we could. Will it modify parts of our design? Very possibly, because we couldn't come to an agreement in the first place. So I'm reluctant to say that we could accelerate anything.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm really the thing that I was thinking was really most unfair to you, and probably to Evergy too, is I'm asking you to surmise about some of their business planning, and I don't really mean to be presumptuous with respect to either of you in that. I'm just trying to see if there's some way to fashion a result here. That's all. I'm just exploring the outer dimension, turning the rock, exploring the outer dimensions of all the options. That was it. I appreciate your answer and your reluctance to answer parts of it. I appreciate that very much. I believe that concludes all the questions I have for you. Once again, Mr. Mears, thank you so much for your indulgence in my questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Keen. Commissioner French, questions for the witness?
No, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, briefly, I do have a couple of follow-up. In terms of the concrete pole, what's your oldest pole in circulation of this size?
So we've been putting up round spun. I mean, we have the company, Florida Power and Light, who I was employed by at one time. We were using, they were actually square concrete poles initially, going back to I want to say the 70s. We started into the round spun concrete poles in the late 80s, very early 90s. So as we talked about, we continue to enhance the technical design of these concrete poles. And when I say us, it's working in concert with Valmont. Valmont is the engineer of record on the designs. But I want to say it's at least, we're going on 30-ish to 35 years that we've been using the round spun concrete poles.
Okay, so we don't have anything out there that's 80 years old that can be proof of the longevity of the concrete pole. And in that 35 plus years, you've not seen any failure. I do know that there are times in, like building a road or something, the concrete mix is not up to standard. There are different types of mixes for different types of applications. One, filling an abandoned well, we use a certain concrete versus pouring a street. And sometimes there'll be a failure, usually going back to maybe the concrete company and problem, but you've not experienced any out and out failures with your concrete poles where to date as a result of, well, anything.
No, that's correct. And, you know, again, Valmont, as our engineer of record, this is their line of work. And they have, like I said, enhanced the capabilities of these poles for many years. We inspect our poles every year. Florida Power and Light does inspections just like everyone else does of their transmission lines. We've not determined that there are any problems with it. The uniqueness of a round spun design with 12,000 PSI concrete, you know, we've just found that, and Valmont is the one who have done the testing for us, but it's their knowledge base that we rely on. And the fact that they have said that these poles will last that long, we're comfortable with that. We're not quite halfway through, let's just say, the life of a pole. We honestly, we say 80 years. We don't know if it could make it to 90 to 100 years. We don't know for sure, but the limit we've set on it right now is 80. We're not seeing any, you know, any major concerns with the designs that we have in place today.
Okay, so like I think about bridge failures where the concrete is falling. Let's take Topeka, Kansas, for example, and we're replacing some bridge structures and highway structures for that very reason. So, I mean, and the life is maybe less than what was anticipated. So you're confident that the poles that you're purchasing have that ability to withstand the test of time, and there are not trucks driving over it. They're constantly being battered by the weather.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we are. And we've done, you know, Valmont has done studies to prove that it's not just a warm weather structure. They have looked at cold weather conditions, and hence the reason they just built the plant in Bristol, Indiana, because they're confident they're going to be selling poles to the Northeast, to the Midwest, where you're going to see significantly worse weather, potentially through colder temperatures. I might also add that, you know, the uniqueness of a round spun concrete pole is it's literally put on in a shell, concrete is poured over a steel frame that, and you include this 12,000 PSI concrete, and you begin spinning this pole, and this pole is moving. It's quite impressive. There may be a YouTube video out there, but you actually spin this concrete out to the outer edges, and you cover completely the concrete itself in this highly compressive concrete. The concerns that generally occur with bridge damage and stuff that you see is you get moisture inside the pole itself, or not in the pole, but in, say, a bridge, an abutment or something, where you get moisture on that steel, and over time that creates a spalling effect where the expansion of that steel cracks the concrete. And that's where once you get an opening to the steel itself, and you actually can get moisture on the steel, you end up with rust, and rust is what tends to damage, corrosion in this case tends to damage these structures over a long period of time. And we've not seen any of that with our structures, because the outside surface of the pole is smooth. It's because of the round spun technique, and it prevents it. Like, it literally can prevent moisture from getting into the pole. It can get into the, a very thin layer of it, but it never penetrates. So again, that's why we feel it's very robust for this Kansas environment.
Okay. Turning to a question that staff asked you concerning guy wire structures, and your response was it would add millions of dollars for crossing highways for these structures. Okay, millions of dollars, 2 million, 5 million, 10 million. Where are we closer to?
2 million.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, something else. So you guys build transmission. So would it be safe to say that it's been more difficult in the last couple of years to build transmission throughout the United States because of not in my backyard?
I'm not sure it's worse today. It's always a struggle looking to build new transmission.
Well, let me ask it this way. The type of transmission we're talking about today probably wasn't the norm even 20 years ago, 25 years ago. Is that correct?
No, I'm not sure what you mean by the norm. I think we've changed structure types over time.
Well, not structure types, but the heavy duty 345. What did you mention? 545 or 645?
No. So if you go to Asia today, you can get up to 1,100, 1,000 kV, I believe. In the United States, the highest they go is, I want to say it's 750. 500 kV is prevalent, particularly in Florida. Again, utilities all have kind of slightly different voltages, but in general, 69 kV, 115, 138, 161, 230, 345, 500, and 750 and up. So you have very few extra high voltage lines. 500 and 230 lines are, 230, 345, and 500 are becoming more prevalent because of the load demands are increasing. And these bulk transmission lines are being requested, to add significant capacity over what's available today. The 161 kV line can't carry nearly as much as a 230, which can't carry nearly as much as a 500. So because transmission is becoming more difficult and more people are concerned with not having it in their backyard, it makes more sense to go to the higher voltages where you can and distribute more energy on single lines, where applicable.
Which was the problem we all presented to you to try and resolve that instead of two lines, one line. So you stated, I believe, that you're not aware of any utility that co-locates or shares a line.
High voltage lines.
High
Correct.
voltage line, right.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean it can't occur, correct? Somebody could be first in the nation to accomplish that.
Madam Chair, I suppose you're right. This would take two utilities to find common ground and work on, finding a solution, but at the same time, being able to do it in a timely manner.
Sure.
In our particular case, each year that we don't get this line constructed is another 14.5 million of savings that the SPP in this case, and I think Kansas is about 16% of that total, is not sharing them.
That's correct. Also understanding that both of the lines that would be put in would be long-term lines lasting potentially 80 years with their effect on in Kansas for 90 some miles. So sometimes the short term versus the long term in terms of months or years, I think, and my feeling has some real relevance to this issue. And would you state that your company worked extremely diligently at trying to resolve the outstanding and difficult issues of working with a brother utility?
I can't speak for the company. I will state that we would do the best we could. And I think we tried that when we produced the co-location report. And I think that we found that there were significant concerns, all of which have been described in the report. And Mr. Vetch can attest to that could delay this project significantly. And I would hate to see something that could have been done in 2025 roll into 27 or 28. And at the same time, there are other reasons to do this line, and the reliability of the system, and the need to ensure the stability at the nuclear power plant. I think it's incumbent upon us to get this project in as quickly as possible.
And I'm not mitigating that at all, and I'm not playing jest at the difficulties surrounding this, but I also know that Wolf Creek stands as a potential for I mean, the site is cited bigger than the need. And there's always the future endeavor of what potentially could occur on that site. But I would imagine those discussions were difficult. So thank you, Mr. Mayers, for
Sure.
your time today. Commissioner Keen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think Commissioner French may wish to do something too, but with your indulgence, I would like to ask a follow-up question if I could.
Sure, go ahead.
And I'll try to be brief
Understanding that
because
it is 12:37. We did say we would adjourn at 12:45.
I believe Commissioner French has an interest in doing this too, so I'll try to be cognizant of that. I want to ask a follow-up question to you, Mr. Mayers, that I asked of Ms. Blakely, and I think it's most germane for you to respond to it as well. Does NextEra utilize double circuiting in any areas of its operations within the United States?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So how extensively and when and under what circumstances are you most likely to use double circuiting? When is it most advantageous to use that?
There's a couple cases where you could do it. One is if you had a section of right away whereby you had an old line that you were taking down, very similar to what we're looking at here with Evergy. But if you had an H-frame type line in 150 feet of right away and you wanted to rebuild that line, you to get a second circuit in there, you could go back with a monopole type arrangement and put two circuits on it and fall within that same right of way, depending on the voltage necessary to satisfy the load, the capacity requirements of the line. For instance, when we created the Lone Star utility in the state of Texas during the CREZ hearings, the need was to have almost 3,000 MVA of capability on the line. In order to do that, because the state had 345 is this generally the state voltage, and within the CREZ and the ERCOT, we had to install a double circuit for over 300 miles. I'm sure there are other cases, but it's not uncommon to see corridors that have some double circuiting in it. Now, that said, anytime you double circuit, you are putting two lines on one structure, and you will have to go through the TPL standards that the FERC has, and there will be a review of the planning criteria that will state whether or not you could accept the loss of a single structure that could take out both lines, and would it impact the stability of the system. So you also have to ensure that you don't just throw everything on a double circuit. You're going to have to do studies to determine whether or not you can actually do it and not violate some standard of the federal government.
Thank you very much again for the granularity of the answer. It strikes me that there's some economies of scale that the government can benefit from their perspective from doing it, and from the landowners and the others that are affected by the routing of the line. There's less obtrusiveness there. Thank you very much, Chair Duffy. I appreciate your indulgence. Commissioner French, yours as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner French, questions, please.
If I may, I know I'm cutting into Ms. Kallenbach's time, but I'm going to ask this real quick. I think, Mr. Mayers, you actually may have answered my question at the very end of your answer, but I just wanted a quick answer from you. I understand, all the lost opportunity cost of delay, restudy, legal disputes, dealing with right-of-way issues. But if we were to just go back a couple years ago and look at planning a solution for this situation, and we were comparing two single circuit lines next to each other versus a double circuit option, and you were planning it as an engineer, would there be any engineering issues, reliability and resilience concerns with doing a double circuit option, or other downsides with doing a double circuit option? You know, aside from all the legal, financial issues we've talked about, would there be any reason why folks might not want to do a double circuit option?
Well, I think what's a little confusing, Commissioner French, is we seem to be referring to the complete line. And really, if we're talking about Evergy and double circuiting, we're only talking about 22.5 miles that we, addressed up to this point. I'm a little confused as to, the thought of, would I go back and design the whole thing for a double circuit? If you're just referring to the segment where we parallel, in most cases, Evergy, is that what you're driving towards, or are you saying let's start?
I'm asking a much more generic question, I think, than what you're going for. I'm asking much more related to what you were just saying on the TPL standards. Are there downsides to double circuiting a line from an engineering standpoint, or from a reliability and resilience standpoint?
In the case of the loss of a single structure taking out both lines, that even if you can survive and pass the criteria, it's still a bad day if you have two circuits down. So I don't know that there's, again, we've designed double circuit lines all over the place, so it can be done. I don't see true downside in the sense that it can't be done, because it can.
That's satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Okay, we are at 12:44. Ms. Kallenbach, we will have you start tomorrow. Here's, folks, listen up. Here's the thought. We have a very slim business agenda at 8:30. It will take 5 minutes. It's a consent agenda. My thought is, as soon as we're done, like at 8:40, we start with Ms. Kallenbach, because we are not using a court reporter, and we finish this witness without a court reporter. She's busy right now. We cannot get a hold of Ms. Haas at this point. And then we'll take maybe a slight break, finish up with this witness and take a slight break, and then start at 9 o'clock with the court reporter and with Ms. McGee Smart. Is there anybody that has a problem with this? Mr. Kimmel.
Yes, we do. As the commission is very aware, Ms. McGee Smart is airing cows this week.
Yeah.
Going to be available at 9 o'clock in the morning this week. She can probably do it about, I think, get here by a little after 10. So
okay,
we need to rearrange.
Okay, so she would not be able to start at 9 o'clock.
That's correct.
Okay, so could we, or
as I said, she's.
Pardon? Mr. Kimmel,
I didn't mean to.
we were going to start at 9 o'clock anyway on Thursday, so we would still wait till 9 o'clock to have her as a witness. We just finish up with Mr. Mayers, take a short break and then start, or would it work to, and this is if Evergy agrees, to have Mr. Vetch go before Ms. McGee Smart at 9 o'clock. Would
I
that help
think that,
your client?
as I indicated, my client has yes, it would to some extent. The problem the commission knows, and we provided notice to the commission that this week, my client was AIing cows. So I think that she, like I said, she could get here a little after 10. As long as the commission's willing to accommodate that, that's wonderful.
Okay, so here's the plan. This is what I believe we should do. At 8:30, we have our business meeting. Approximately 5 minutes later, if it's okay with Ms. Kallenbach, we would have you finish, we would have you do your redirect with your witness and then follow up with commissioners. We would ask the witness to step down, take a break, a short break, and then start with Mr. Vetch, like a 5-minute break, and start with Mr. Vetch at 9 or a little earlier. Will that work, Ms. Kallenbach?
Yes, that will work for us.
Pardon?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
And Evergy does not object to that. We're
Okay,
fine with that.
very good. And then after that witness, then we will go back to Miss McGee Smart. And probably it will be sometime after 10 o'clock, I would assume, Mr. Kimmel.
Wonderful.
Does that all work for everyone? Because we're going to have a full day tomorrow. You better bring your energy drinks, bring your caffeine. We will be taking our 15-minute breaks. We will take a half hour for lunch, and we will go as long as it takes to finish up this hearing. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to adjourn for the day. We will see you at 8:30 with our business meeting. And then as commissioners, we'll have to go out of that and come back in on a different Zoom. So we will adjourn that meeting, go off, come back in on a different Zoom as soon as we're done to get started with the day and with Mr. Vetch. Or I'm sorry, with redirect, I'm sorry. And then we'll go on to Mr. Vetch. Got it? Game plan? We're all good? Thank you all very much, and go out and enjoy the rest of the day. The wind is not galing today, so thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you.